Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are here, and once again, it is our great pleasure to be in your reality. It is our doubly great pleasure to be back here in Sedona, a place where the energies are very strong, they are very seductive, they are very transformative. When you come to Sedona, you come for a dose of changing your life. You come to sit in the frying pan of energy, to walk the lines of time, to feel the vortexes, and to remember. You may ask, what is it that is important for us to remember? It's quite simple. The entirety of who you are. You must remember why you come to Earth, and the purpose of your life, and the collective purpose of being together to create various movements of consciousness. So, you have figured out by now we are the Pleiadians as we speak through this, our vehicle. And we have a deep appreciation for you, for the stalwartness of your energy fields, to take a little battering. By battering, we mean that when you start to expose concepts and ideas that purportedly had truth and veracity, and you start seeing through them as fake and phony and artifice and contrived, some people may say that's depressing. It's not, it's freeing. It's worth a hallelujah. Do you understand? It's true. And so this is a step in consciousness. You know, in the early years of the nano, and again we'll recapitulate, the nano was from 1987 through 2012. It was 25 or so years of a methodical, a planned acceleration of energy. In the early years, when we came in and we started, let's say, melting the sacred cows, busting open ideas, making suggestions about things might not be what you think they are, there were always stalwart humans. You are a strong species, you understand this, and you are so fortified to come here to do this. You all come in with a plan. And you can augment and change that plan and rearrange it. But you do each have certain purposes to achieve, and we respect that. Nevertheless, you are born into, let's say, a paradigm, a belief system. When you are being carried in the womb, that program, the ideas are put into you, so that you pop out and you start to believe what's in front of you. You may question here and there. But in general, you are more concerned with that first chakra, the root chakra, the base chakra that says, who am I and how can I survive in this environment? And of course, all people go through this. This is part of the process of spirit coming into the body and being a human. You have been human many times, and you are other forms of consciousness as well, physical and non-physical. These are some of the things that are important for you to remember. And the reason that we appeal to you to stretch your memories into greater corridors of time is so that you help uplift yourself and humanity, which is the mass agreement of the times. We are not designing your times, we are co-creating with you. We have our purpose in being involved with you, and one could say that that purpose goes back and forward in time. And many of you knew that you would connect with us, or you would connect with a voice, a form, an energy that would help you remind yourself of why you came here and what you are here to do. Now, there was a saying that a great spirit called Seth brought forward, and it was one of his great witticisms. He channeled through the lady Jane Roberts in the 60s and 70s and a bit into the 80s. And this is what he said. He said quite emphatically, If it's not fun, stop doing it. What permission? You understand? No, you don't get it, do you?
Yes.
Maybe you are with the wrong group. You are Syrians. We are Pleiadians. Pleiadians play. Do you understand? And you are here to play. You are here to play with energy. Granted, these times are intense. And our vehicle gave you a dose of the astrological window to show you that there's larger plans at play. And if you are aware, and if you learn to direct your consciousness at least once an hour throughout the day, by setting an intention or communicating with the field of energy, putting out there a blueprint, a program, a shaping of an idea, because it is ideas that shape and build reality. The more you practice this, but quickly and quietly, the stronger you will become, and you will be fulfilling a plan that you have agreed to set into motion. It is important to understand that even though you live and function in a linear reality, you are multidimensionally connected. The cells in your body, the organs in your body, the chakras, they are more open to the flow of multidimensionality than, let's say, the conscious mind is. The conscious mind is a brainwave state of being. What does that mean, you are wondering? Your scientifics have learned to, let's say, play with the electrical and magnetic frequencies of existence and the energies that are vibrated. Let's say your immediate ancestors, prior to the technological discoveries of the last few hundred years, they were more in tuned to the energy of Earth, the cosmos, the animals, of nature. Today that has been pushed aside a bit, and you have, as a civilization, advanced into understanding and detecting electromagnetic frequencies, electromagnetic radiations, high level, low level. These are a stage of development. Nonetheless, your scientifics understand that different states of consciousness emit different brainwave cycles, frequencies. The conscious mind has fast brainwave cycles, going very, very fast. The chin is often jutted forward, the teeth are clenched. That is, someone is what we call in high beta. They may be in 30 cycles per second. But when you learn to separate your jaw, everyone do that now, separate the jaw, relax the tongue. You are still conscious, but you are not in the conscious mind. You are now in the relaxed state of mind, just by separating the jaw and relaxing the tongue. This changes the brainwave cycles and it slows them down. And now they go to, let's say, 8 to 12 or some such. And then below that is a slower cycle. And that is called the theta state. And that would be perhaps 8 cycles to 4 cycles. And then the last state would be delta, and 4 cycles and lower. That is when you are sleeping usually, or you are deeply involved in a hypnotic trance. Now, these different states of mind, we call them the garden of the mind. The P is the fastest and the littlest and knows the least. And that's what you're operating out of most of the time. How do you like that? What fun. And then it comes the carrot. You'll remember that. That's the jaw one. It separates the jaw. It builds the bridge into what we call the back garden, where the onion and the potato know the whole story. You figure it out? Now, it is the P that always wants an explanation, a demanding listing. Can this connect? Will this link up? How does this do? And of course, you've built a world around it. but it's made many people crazy, and it's shut down the chakra flow of energy in many people. And it's made you linear. It's made you afraid. Because you think the past is the past and the future cannot be known. So society has paid a price for an overdeveloped pea. Get us? Now, who has the juice? The potato. The potato is big compared to the pea. The potato is your radar. It's the part of the self, yes, it's where the brain waves go when you sleep, but this is the unconscious mind. Think of a big football-sized potato if you want to. It's got power. And there's a lot of knowledge in that state of being. So when we teach you, we appeal to the pea, the carrot, the onion, where all the memories and programs are stored, and the potato, the psychic part of yourself that is dormant in most people, and yet the energy of the times, especially in the nano, was designed to call that part of the self forward. How does this translate into your day-to-day life? It translates as you having more insight, intuition, premonitions, hunches, certain states of knowing. These are all indicators that you are breaking out of linear time, that you value the pea. You cannot throw the pea away, but you cannot let the pea think it knows everything. It is an arrogant little pea. You understand? You get it. So as you start to recognize different brainwave states, then you're starting to use more of yourself. The body, once it's prodded a little bit, will start to respond. In other words, if you put a seed in the ground or just threw it out the door, chances are it could germinate and you could have a big beanstalk next to your steps. Chances are better if you energized it and said, "Oh, little bean, grow into the best big beans that you can." And you hummed over it and said, "Aum." And then you put it into the ground and you blessed the ground and you made certain that there was some extra good fertilizer and you watered it and you didn't check it at night with the flashlight, but you went out and looked periodically and saw to it. And what would happen? You participated, it responded, and it would reach beyond what your imaginings could bring to you. And so to understand nature and the miracle of nature and the life-death cycle and the promise of nature to return, which is spring, the promise of rejuvenation, of renewal. This is spring. This is Easter. This is what Christianity wanted to show you with the resurrection. Do you understand? They are all symbolic stories to teach you about who you are and what you are capable of doing. And so we would say to all of you that we are going to give you lots of seeds this weekend. Next weekend it is the spring equinox. And so ideally you will be planting these seeds with your mind. And you will claim your right. And you will assist in restoring to normalcy the concept that humans create their reality with their mind, with their imagination. And since you have done so many outrageously creative things, imagine what you can do if you set your intentions based on consciousness and the flowering of that consciousness to empower all people. Do not think that the forces of shadow and darkness, that they can overcome you. That you are a puny little nothing, and that what can you do compared to these powerful giants and reptiles and global elites and whoever else, Anunnakis and all the ones that you imagine are so big out there. You have consciousness. You are a conscious being. And the timing is such that it is your duty to watch that grow into magnanimous proportions. The clues and the keys that our vehicle shared with you this morning, we advise you to apply them. That is to always be grounded in. Because once you are grounded, you cannot be fried. Do you understand? Why do you think the electrical outlets everywhere and all the electricity that you have is set to ground? Yes? If it's not, things fry out, they burn out. That's what happens to humans. So, stay grounded. Have a nice strong aura. The stronger your aura, the stronger your protection. And what are you protecting yourself from? From anything that's out there that might want to smack you around a bit and throw energy at you. It's all going to bounce off of you. Your job is to prove to yourself and to set a legacy for humankind of a new way of being, a simple way of being, a way that lifts off the fear, a way that creates a new blessing for a new era. And that is where you are at now. You are helping to build this new era, and we are helping to shape the ideas along with you. So that gives you a general idea of what we want you to know and to start with, and we'll move into questions. There's lots of energy brewing here, and we'll do our very best to give you an answer. We may move on to another question, and we may answer your question further on and mix it in with other answers and other questions. So pay attention, have a good time. Make an intention that you utilize the energy that we are transmitting, and that it brings you vitality, health, it uplifts your energy field, and that you are able to create whatever it is that you want. So, without further ado, we turn it over to you. Who would like to ask the first question? State your name loud and clear.
Yes, this is Chet.
Chet, welcome, and thank you for bringing us once again to Sedona.
Our pleasure. This morning, your vehicle talked about the Anunnaki a little bit, and the possibility that in the last century or so they might be surreptitiously returning, physically even, possibly to Earth. And could you fill us in a little more, and do you have any non-physical, intellectual or emotional or other relationships with any of them, like the Enkyites or others that we might think of?
Oh, goodness, this is a wonderful start here. He really cracked the egg open. And as we suggested, that one of the purposes of the acceleration of energy, or the nanosecond era, well, there were many purposes. One of the primary ones was to have you understand that thoughts create reality, which in the larger context, the larger umbrella, was to prepare humankind for meetings of those in the cosmos. That was the purpose of the nano. To wake you up, to get you more in tune, to raise your frequency, because it's one thing to hear about ETs. You understand this? It's another thing to meet them. It's one thing to look at a lion in a picture book. It's a completely different thing to see it in a cage or out in the bush. That's the example. Remember that. So, you are now in the new era, and meeting your cosmic cousins, family, etc., is inevitable. The globalists have been hiding this for a long time. It is true. So, yes, it is true that for over 100 years now, we can take it back to, let's say, about 1875 or some such, 1850 to 1875. There would have been probes that were sent to Earth. And, or let's say there was a change in studying the probes that were here. The Anunnaki, as you come to understand them, those who came from the heavens down to Earth, or approximate translation, they have had long influence on your planet. And it is the work of Mr. Sitchin, and now the work of this author from South Africa, that are timely in opening up this understanding of your past, a past that has been hidden by global elitists, and a false past has been presented to you, starting from throughout time. Things have been hidden. Now, over the last 150 years, approximately, you have gone through a radical leap in understanding of technologies. Granted, the Industrial Revolution came about, let's say, less than 250 years ago. And that was tied into a connection to the galactic center. And ideas can be transmitted across the parsecs of space. So there can be probes around the planet and on the planet that the Anunnaki would have left as ways of monitoring you and reading you. Surveillance is not new. It's an old thing. And they could also, or any other beings, can work with you and send ideas across the parsecs of space to seed and plant, let's say, a change in consciousness, a revolution of sorts. So we would say that in the last 100 years and before that, they have been working on that level, sending the ideas. Shortly afterwards, beings began to appear. Look at the history. Look at World War I. What was that about? That was a game of the gods, do you understand? And then followed by World War II, where things were so heinous, and where things were hidden, and then there were the Foo Fighters and the UFOs that were showing up. So you start to have the evidence that there's a presence of beings. Some of these Anunnakis, as you call them, Atlanteans, never left. They migrated to the center of the earth, or into the earth, let us say. Jules Verne's knew something, as many of these people knew something, because the information was passed down through time. Now, there's definite, let's say, transference of technology to people on the planet. And what's happened in the 20th century is that people that belonged to elite clubs, secret societies, things of this nature, and there were many of them, they would be privy to some of the information that would indicate these visitors had returned. And these visitors would have shared their technologies or shared pictures of what was coming. This sharing of information from visitors to members of secret societies really began to kick off the science fiction era. All right? Without naming names and who is who, some of the big names started molding and shaping the energy based on what they were shown by visiting ETs, Anunnakis, as you would say to them, and others. And do we have connection with these? Yes, all the ETs have connections. They all have connections. And the Anunnakis are not who you think they are. There's been a bit of a spin on some of the story, but that is all right. Things all come out in the wash in the end. So, technologies are given to you to step up your progress based on your industrial revolution. And they are a way to monitor and control the planet. There are no human counterparts who are interested or are capable of viewing all of the surveillance data. Do you understand? There's nothing but a computer that can run all that data and ask the proper questions to understand where the consciousness of the people are. And so we would say that the devices that have infiltrated your society, they are monitoring devices that the end result is utilized by visitors, not by humans. They are part of psychological experimentation. They are part of monitoring where you are and who you are by some beings who do operate with machines. Now there are some visitors who do not operate with machines. They operate by energy. But even in the old stories of the Anunnakis, they fought over devices. They fought over their crystalline devices. And so it's a mix of frequency and technology. What else do you want to know, Chet?
Is there any one particular faction of these Anunnaki that you are particularly involved with more than the others? And you said they're not who we think they are. Can you give us any clues as to who they might be, what would we recognize?
It's possible for a planet or a designed structure, it's possible to fire it up and take it anywhere. To break orbit, do you understand?
Break orbit, yes.
To break orbit. Now, just as if you have a dune buggy perhaps, or here in Sedona, it's very popular to ride in those jeeps, and they go on the road and then they go off the road, do you understand?
Yeah.
But when they go off the road, they sort of know where they are going off the road. They don't go over cliffs and go into trees and things. They still have a pattern. And then when they finish that, they can come back to the road, which might be an orbit, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And so let's say that this Nibiru, it has those capabilities. Mm-hmm. It can go off orbit.
Okay.
In other words, it's not simply attached to your solar system. Mm-hmm. Even though it appears to be, you are looking, when you are on Earth, in your belief system, whatever your belief system is, and we'll say to you, 5,125 years ago, your belief system was very different than the belief system you operate with today. Even having human bodies, you use them differently. You with us, everyone? Yes. So to some extent, your beliefs and the era that you are in encase you and entrap you into understanding the larger story of the cosmos. The P wants the large story of the cosmos to be able to be listed and to make sense, and so everything can go zip, zip, zoop, zoop. And that is not the case, because you think that perhaps Nibiru is a solid planet and that it has a certain orbit, or it can go off orbit, but it's multidimensional. And these beings who are associated with it, they understand, let's say, part of the mysteries of the multiverse that you are not close to grasping as a planet. Your advancement in genetics, your advancement in understanding the DNA, and now the very precarious areas that you are moving into, the bioengineering of mixing, let's say, a human gene with a goat so that the goat produces what you want. All of this is starting to show that you have not discovered these things, that they have been given to you. They have been given to you knowing that you are going to wreak havoc on the library. Do you understand this? And let's say these geneticists are willing to take that chance because they know certain organisms have a fail-safe mechanism in them. And that's part of the program of nature. And if you cross that boundary of the fail-safe mechanism, things don't work. That is why cats and dogs cannot reproduce together. Do you understand this?
Yeah.
That's part of the fail-safe mechanism. You have many in your body. So these Anunnakis did not create you. But they understand the genome. They are geneticists. And they are affiliated with others who are big geneticists. But if you think about a genetic study area, Stanford University, for example, let's go there, we'll use that one, California. So if you are there and you are working there, you might have prestige, you might think, wow, everything's happening here. But as soon as you get up in an airplane and you see how big Earth is and how many cities there are, you might say, well, look, that's one university, a few buildings here. Look at how big the Earth is. We want you to do the same thing with these visiting gods. They were all powerful, of course, and you are their progeny, and you are acting out, and you are trapped in many of their dramas. Especially, our vehicle said they were highly incestuous because they lived so long. And many of them, when they came to Earth, they were isolated from their planet. It's not like their whole planet was here and they all vacated to Earth. Do you understand?
Yes.
So there's parts of the story that the body knows better than the mind. And you are in the new era, which is activating new sensitivities in you, so that as a people you will begin to translate the story in different ways, not just the mind, but the full body understanding of cellular memory. And this will be part of the transmogrification of your species. Who else has a question?
I do, Jan.
What is your name?
Jan.
Jan, welcome. Loud and clear.
Multifold question in one. The vehicle Chetno mentioned the comet coming to our orbit next year.
The comet, yes.
And is that Planet X? And is Planet X Nibiru? And is Nibiru Planet X's mothership of the Anunnaki? And are the Anunnaki and the Anunnaki the same entity?
All right, so we'll see if we can repeat that. So there's a comet that at the end of this year is supposed to be big and bright. And there's lots of speculation, even putting is this Nibiru question aside, there's lots of speculation throughout the scientific community about the nature of comets. Your scientifics would say basically that a comet is what? A frozen dirty snowball or something, yes? Yes? Yes. But then these comets do very strange things. Sometimes the comet has gone right through the sun, it looks like, and it doesn't melt up. Historically speaking, in the Middle Ages, let's say from 1200 to the 1700s, many artists depicted things flashing through space. And there's lots of famous artwork that was been hidden and put away that are in private collections by very famous artists that show things occurring in the skies. But again, around 1500, everything was wanting to, the Renaissance era, there was a lot of flowering, but a lot of controlling of the information. So, obviously, things have visited you. Obviously, comets are not what they are projected to be. And your scientifics can tell you anything is going on in space. And until you get psychically connected and aware, how are you going to know? Now, you can ask us. We'll do our best to tell you. In the meantime, we do not see that this is Nibiru. The effects of Nibiru would be felt strongly and widely before it would even be seen. And one could say, yes, you are in some weather extremes, but not enough at this point to, let's say, necessarily be the return of Nibiru. Is Nibiru Planet X? Well, we'll say this, that around 1982, in that vicinity, many years ago, your scientifics did spot a large object that they named Planet X, and they advertised it and talked about it, and then kaboom, all silence. You understand? So there's a major blackout on what's going on in space. You are actually involved right now, and have been for a while, in what would be called space wars. And your wars on the planet are a cover for these space wars. One of the reasons that the United States moved in the early 90s, phase one of the nano, into the Middle East was to lock that portal down. Because in the ancient writings it talked about these visiting royalty from the heavens. As you ended up calling them God. You put them all into one being, God. But there were many of them. But they became the gods in the pantheons of the gods in all the different countries. So there is this need, a desire led by the United States, to move into the area of Mesopotamia, let's say, one of the developmental centers of humanity that the Anunnakis built, a spaceport area as well. and to put yourself into position during the end of that big cycle. Because at the end of the big cycle, all kinds of stuff could happen. People could awaken. People could start figuring out the bigger picture. And the gods and their, let's say, stewards on the planet, they don't want to lose control of this planet. They think they control it. They think they own it. And to some extent, they do. They affect your minds, they affect your systems, they affect your beliefs, most of all. And they condition your beliefs to keep you in ignorance and fear. They always play the fear card, or they're always attacking the amygdala. Now, the other thing about comets is that, historically speaking, they often brought plague. And how could this be? Well, let's say that it has been long known that spores and different things can travel on the cosmic winds. And if beings can send spores from space, they can figure out which currents to use, do you understand, and how to target things and how to get things and deliver them into place. So, this comet is going to portend some, let's say, life-altering changes. It's going to perhaps bring the visitor question closer to the surface. But we'll remind all of you that there have been so many broadcasts and newscasts and prepared statements already in the can about the ET issue. And so it just depends which footage they want to bring out and how desperate they are. But once it starts to make the mainstream news, you can trust that it's already been, let's say, it's what they want you to think rather than what's going on. We'll tell you something else. Perhaps some of you have heard this. Around September 18th, 19th of 2012, you had your second Uranus-Pluto square that last year. You had one in June, one in September. Right at that portal, at that second Uranus-Pluto square, there was a sort of a leaked announcement that made the media in some parts of the world. And this is what it said. It said that an international coalition was joining forces in a fleet to deal with alien ships coming out of the water in the Pacific. There's plenty of evidence that different branches of the military are dealing with an invasion or a presence, let's say, of visitors on the planet. These visitors are many different kinds with many different intentions. Some have been here a very, very long time. Some are part of the space war. And we'll add this, that the asteroid that passed over, what was it, just right around the Pope time there or some such, or within the window of energy. You want to watch to see what happens in certain windows of energy. And this asteroid came in at an angle. And basically it was a message to those in the know on the planet. How many are in the know? Oh, less than 1,000 on that kind of know? Maybe more, maybe up to 10,000 at the most. Highly secretive, wealthy military people who are behind the interdimensional space war. And that asteroid came in, and it was no coincidence that the meteor then exploded at Russia. None whatsoever. All the same day. Wake up. You will wake up. You are waking up. There will come a time, a short time from now, when you will say to us, Pleiadians, I saw this and this is what I picked up, la da 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 da, and we will give you 20 gold stars. And we will say, you're switched on. And it will happen. It will happen because it's not just by your willpower that this knowledge is going to come forward. It's the energy that is being put around humanity to take you to that level, while at the same time there are those who want to squash you down to a lower level. It's all happening at once. So, did that help answer your question?
Yes.
Good. Who else has something they want to ask?
Peace, it's Ruth.
Ruth, welcome. Thank you for having us in your yoga space here.
Of course. Could you speak to the General Petraeus scandal and what the story, if there is a story behind that? And does that have anything to do with what's going on with the military right now, changing of guard or power?
So the General Petraeus story also was an end of the nano story. All the things that happened at the end of the nano, remember, from your personal events to the events that made the news, they were sort of epic dramas being played out. Of course he was set up. You understand this? That wasn't just, oh, here's a hot broad and I'll go for her. Her name was Broadwell or Broad something anyway, so we are simply using her name, not calling women broads. Do you understand? But anyways, understand that in the hierarchy of military, in the hierarchy of politics, they are infiltrated by hot babes, hot guys, whatever. And the way throughout time, we are talking way, way back to the Anunnakis, hundreds of thousands of years ago, it's sex. Sex is used as the seducer, it's used as the blackmailer, it's used as the compromiser. And of course, you are sexual beings and you want to have sex and you want to be loved. And so it's your downfall and it's your victory. And it's where and how you have been seduced and attacked and weakened throughout time. It's the game of the gods. Remember, all these Anunnakis were highly incestuous. Granddaughter having sex with her grandfather, this kind of thing. Do you understand? That's Inanna and whoever up, Enlil or some such. So Petraeus was set up to be moved out. You understand? And there was a little bit of a coup going on there. Who would be running the coup? No one that you see or that's involved. These are behind-the-scenes players saying, you're finished. And what's happened also is there have been people such as betray us. Understand the name says who you are. So people are waking up. They may be club members. They may be insiders, which there's a lot of them that don't like what's going on. Many of them understand how betrayed the enlisted forces are. Many of higher ranking people, such as you would look in the Pentagon, you would look at the CIA and these kinds of people, they would know a little more. And they would know that there's a cadre of people being trained in a certain capacity to go and do these space wars. And they would know that the wars on Earth are fruitless to some extent. Remember, the whole point of getting into the Middle East during the Nano was to control the portals. And the gods, the ancient gods, were known to come not in big ships landing and like Air Force One and then the Cadillac or the limo drives out. No, these beings came through what is called stargates. You are familiar with that term, stargate? Yes. And if you go to visit certain places of antiquity around the planet, you will see that they have built a column, and then a lintel, and then a column, and it's standing in the middle of nothing, you understand? And it's a gate. Tiahuanaco in Bolivia is famous for its gate of such. And the story is these beings were able to, by frequency, come through the gate or the portal. And the globalists, certain of them, wanted to make sure that they were there and that they would be the ones who would be greeted and not lose control of this portal. All of that is sort of past now. Things have been achieved, and now the detritus must be picked up. What to watch for in a lot of these situations is someone is kicked out because they know too much, and then shortly thereafter they're retired, or suddenly they have early Alzheimer's. You watch for these signs of early Alzheimer's. This is how they dispose of people who know too much, but yet keep them alive as an icon. You with us?
Yes.
Good. You must understand that it's the shadow side of existence. It's not overpowering and overwhelming. It seems so because you can't pick it up yourselves. And so you have suspicions about things in the bigger picture of the story. And yet because, let's say, you have been conditioned and genetically arranged to be less than, to have, let's say, a dullness to you rather than a brilliance that knows all things. If you were so brilliant and knew all things, you cannot be controlled. You would say, you're Ponziing me, you're scheming me. But you are vulnerable because you are believers. And it is an attribute that is wonderful, that you are trusting, but it is also your downfall. So by asking these questions, some of you already tune in. I knew something was going on there. Good. Because if you know something's going on, you may not know the whole story, but if you have a premonition, a feeling, something more is going on, there's more to the story, then you would say, Great Spirit, a higher self, guides, help me, multiverse. I would like to know more about this story. And not to be trite, but we do remind you that you can Google things on the internet, but you can wonder on the inner net. And it is wondering. It is wondering that sets out a thought form and an idea. And I wonder about this. I want to know more. And then after a while it starts coming to you. This is how the process works. What else, Ruth?
This is Ayana.
Oh, did we finish with Ruth?
Yes, that's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Ayana,
Right.
welcome.
Thank you. How toxic are the chemtrails, and
How toxic are the chemtrails?
and what should we do to protect ourselves?
What can we do? Should is a verboten word, you know. Should, trying, guilt, worry, and doubt. Those are worthless words. All right, so how toxic are the chemtrails, and what is it that you would do to augment yourself? Good questions. Now, how toxic they are depends on how weak you are and how the strength of your immune system, basically. Your immune system is as strong as your beliefs. So if you think, oh, I'm a sickly being, then that weakens your immune system. If you are a worrier and you're always wringing your hands and doubting yourself, that weakens your immune system. If you are a good lover and you love with sincerity and integrity, ooh, that strengthens your immune system. If you like to get good laughs, that really strengthens your immune system. If you are in integrity and high vibration, so that when you fall asleep at night, you're not hiding from yourself, but you are pleased with your activities of the day, and you've created no harm, that strengthens your immune system. Now, our vehicle said to you that electromagnetic frequencies and electromagnetic radiation, which is what your cell phones and wireless devices all give out, electromagnetic radiation, this will weaken the immune system. Nature will strengthen the immune system. So this is why if you don't feel well, or if you want to get revitalized, sit on the ground, go out in nature, or use the earthing products. They connect you to it. So how dangerous is it to people? It's very subtle. You notice there are more and more sick people on the planet, and these sick people create jobs. And this is not a good sign. If you are a healer, if you are in the medical profession, what you want to be aiming for is to be out of it. Not to quit it, but so there's no more sick people. That's your goal. Do you understand?
Yes.
But that is what, if it was really about health, that whole system, all of you, alternatives and trained, would all be aiming and working to keep people healthy, not fixing them when they are sick. You wouldn't be out of work. You would be just working differently. So, all of this is about a process. In the new newsletter that's going to be in the mail next week, our vehicle's just getting it from her files, she put a little blip in there, and there's apparently a video out, or what do you call them? Videos, are they? DVDs or some such. Anyways, it's going to be in the new P Times under Pieces of the Puzzle, and there's an address there, and it says about this major extinction that is taking place, and the chemtrails are contributing to this extinction. Why are they using these chemtrails? For a number of reasons. First of all, they block out the vitality that you need from the sun. And the sun is not just about vitamin D, it is also about the language of light, the communication that then is taken into the pineal gland. The attack of fluoride is also, the use of this toxic substance is also an attack on the pineal gland. Again, if all of this starts flourishing, people and the gods may not control you and they would lose the planet. And that's the plan. Their time is over. Do you understand? Their time is over. You are just watching the dying, desperate means of beings who have sort of... Manipulation does not outwin benevolence. Even though you have to deal with some of these darker forces, in the end, the multiverse supports the ultimate goodness. So, over the years, we've encouraged you to strengthen your immune system, physically by eating good foods, by, most important, getting excellent rest, quiet rest, with no electronics around you, with air coming in, not air conditioning. Do you understand? To return you to nature and to slow down. That was our advice during the entire speed of the nano. Slow down. Be quiet. Strengthen yourself. This can counter the effects of many of these very toxic chemtrails. What they are doing is, scientifics and others are realizing that you are losing hundreds of species every day. Cannot survive the toxicity of the planet. It is not just the chemtrails. They are one sign of a civilization who gained too much power and didn't have enough wisdom to go along with it. There are substances you can take to detoxify the heavy metals. There's a level of health inventiveness that has not reached the public yet. And you are going to see radical things happen on the alternative level to help you get smarter and heal, and on the weird level to become more cyborg. You will have to choose. And it's possible to, in the next few years, that the alternative people really figure out how to help you purify the body, how to revitalize the cells, and how to strengthen yourself against these toxicities so that they do not harm you. Energetically, you want to have a strong auric field. You want to be grounded in love to the earth, and you want to be grounded in love to yourself. Loving yourself strengthens everything in you. Doubting yourself, criticizing yourself, hating yourself, judging yourself, bad-mouthing yourself, belittling yourself. What's left? You understand?
Yes.
What's left? You're fighting yourself. So surrender to yourself. Look yourself in the mirror, everyone, and say, I love you to you. And do it until you start crying so that you really get the message that you really do love yourself, and stop doing things that are unloving to yourself. And that can be as simple as skipping brushing your teeth. Do you understand? Brushing your teeth is a sign of loving yourself, because it's showing that I care, I will take care of myself, and then take it from there. These strengthen the field. And another thing we want to add, by the design of nature, you are highly adaptable. And we will say that you are in a time that innovation and adaptability are absolutely the name of the game. And the more you condition yourself to be strong, to be adaptable, to go with the flow of change, to use the forces of goodness and the cosmic energy to transform you, you will do it. And understand that when animals and flowers and trees and species, when scientifics say this animal is now extinct, it means from your line of time, from the reality that you are in, that the species has migrated to a more vital reality. and that it is demonstrating that your reality is not vital enough to sustain you. And there is plenty of evidence that the toxicities in the world that you are in must be dealt with. Can they be dealt with? Absolutely. Absolutely. But there are factors and principalities that want to control the planet, and they want to depopulate it. And they want to make certain that it becomes again a genetic laboratory for them and a resource center. Who has a question now?
Eddie?
Eddie,
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to know about what toxic things for the brain of children. Why are we having so many children now with autism and other cognitive and brain
All right.
function?
Every once in a while, there's so many children with cognitive brain problems, autism, and the full spectrum of this. It sort of is about the same issue at the other end. If you look at the aged people, and their problem is what? Alzheimer's. And what is Alzheimer's? It is a form of dementia, and a person loses their noodles, so to speak, and they have difficulty remembering and functioning, and the good Alzheimer people are happy sometimes, they have happy dementia. But basically, the spectrum is between the Alzheimer dementia people and the young children coming in with their issues, is that if we step back and look at it, what it says is it's really hard to get born on Earth into a healthy body, and it's really difficult to leave Earth with your brain intact. Something's going on here. You can't get in cleanly and you can't get out cleanly anymore. You follow this? All right. So what does that boil down to? It boils down to, as you said, Eddie, toxicities. What is toxicity? You can be toxic to yourself by carrying around wounds from lines of time, old resentments, fears. So that is sort of emotional toxicity. And lots of people suffer from emotional toxicity. Then there is the fear in society. And so the fear in society says you'd better be afraid of your body. You can't trust it. It will do unpredictable things, and you can die. Whoa, suddenly everyone says, I can't trust this thing that I'm in. Follow this? These are programs. Then you have what would be called pregnant mothers in the most delicate, gentle stages of their being, motherhood. One of the most sacred states there is. Because without mothers carrying you, and without fathers, let's say, offering the seed, there's no getting in. And the globalists want, some of the Anunnakis want to change the entry process. That's what they've been working on. Because they want to breed the humanity out of you. And the global elites want to break down the family. So why do young children have these issues? Number one, it is important to understand that souls incarnate into groups, and you call them generations. Astrologically, one could say those generations, well, let's say statistically, those generations are considered to be about 22 years. That's the average for a generation. Between 20 and 25, but 22. And what's interesting is that one age is about 2,200 years, and you would get 100 generations in 2,200 years. A little bit of interesting math there. So you have a generation, a few of them now coming in. And what they were born into is the wireless or the electronic games. You follow this? And not necessarily wireless, but batteries. And what was happening is it was all around you, and too much data was coming in. The brain, the eyes couldn't take it in. And they began to, let's say, disrupt the signals along the nervous system. And it disrupts the stage of development. And so many unwitting mothers subjected themselves not just to, lots of people want to say, oh, it's the shots, it's the inoculations. Well, that certainly adds to it, and some children appear to be quite vital and quite present, and then they get these highly toxic cocktails within a few months or weeks of their life, and then you're poisoning them. Do you understand? And society says, no, you can't come to school if you don't take these poisons. And now with Obamacare, here's the news story with Obamacare, is it a doctor is not allowed to treat you if you do not have vaccinations for your children. That's part of Obamacare. So right now doctors are having to tell their patients that they've been treating out of the kindness of their heart, and let's say the parent says, my children don't have vaccinations. No problem, the doctor says. Now the doctor's quietly telling people, I'm sorry, you're going to have to find another doctor. I can't treat you any longer. Well, there's no doctors that will treat them. They can't if they want to be under Obamacare. What does all this signal? What does it signal? That you are such powerful beings. You are so vital that beings have to go to all these extensive, elaborate contrivances to make you sick and control you. And your children have taken this on as a soul. As a soul comes in and says, all right, I'll be one of these special needs children. Why? So that the rest of society will wake up to what's going on. You with us, Evie?
Yes.
So, how do you protect these children? If you are a mother, and we know there's not too many pregnant women in this room, but if you are a mother, and you may be able to tell a mother this, but often a mother's in a very delicate state, she doesn't want to know. But a pregnant woman must protect herself. It is her most vulnerable time. And you are building a being. And the being that you are going to build is going to love you or hate you, or both. And if you build a being that's not healthy, you either give that being away, or you have to take care of that being for the rest of your life. When normal motherhood is, you bring a healthy being in, you have them for about 20 years, and then you say, all right, fly. You understand? But so many of these kids can't fly, and they will never fly. And they're a joy to be around sometimes, because everyone who has to deal with these special needs children has to open their heart chakra. So there's many facets and many purposes to it. But it must be understood that in today's world, a pregnant mother who's carrying cell phones, who's sitting in front of television or going to movies and watching violent movies, and having wireless signals all around, and smartphones, and every doodad in the house is all electric, and this and this and this. All of this is bombarding the fetus. It cannot survive it. Do you understand? Yes. It's not a nourishing environment. And so you are going to see a lot of illness over the next number of years. You're going to see a big, huge wake-up of people are going to start realizing we can't do this to ourselves. We can't do this to our children and our grandchildren anymore. It's not just the national debt. It's the environment that we are bringing them into. And so many parents think, the more I give my child, the better parent I am. Doesn't work that way. It's a very sad story. It's a story that is soul-searing, that out of love, parents create these problem children, and that society, they're a drain on society. Do you understand? They are symbolic of a weakening of your species, a weakening of the DNA, while at the same time, you have many beings strengthening the DNA. Look at the people who live the most natural, and the cultures who live the most natural. They are going to be the healthiest ones. Who has a question, please?
Bruce. Can you explain?
Who is it?
Bruce.
Bruce, welcome.
Thank you. Can you explain the process that causes the soul to forget who they are before entering the physical body?
He wants to know the process of what causes the soul to forget who they are. Well, quite simply, we would say that there are a number of factions. Because of genetic tinkering long ago, certain things were shut down. we've given the story of 12 strands of DNA and that you have 2, and we sort of retract that a little bit, not that it's not true, but too many people start offering you 12 strands of DNA for $99 or $999, and that's not the scoop, do you understand? As a product of genetic engineering, Earth is a living library. And the story we are looking at is about 500,000 years old. Your scientifics say Earth is, 4.5 billion. Well, they are wrong, but we'll go with that number, sort of. So, do you know how many 500,000 years fit in 5 billion? A lot. Meaning a lot of visitations, a lot of civilizations rising and falling with nothing left. A lot of things have been found in undisturbed rock strata that's millions and millions of years old. Are artifacts that are construed and designed, obviously, by intelligence. So, you are ancient species. And the recent product of yourselves is hampered in some of your abilities because of genetic tampering that was part of the entirety of the program. Other parts of it have to do with soul memory and the evolution of your beliefs. In other words, when you come onto the earth plane and you incarnate here, you incarnate simultaneously. You think you incarnate in a linear fashion. So you may be sitting here in 2013 and say, well, you know, I know I was on the planet 100,000 years ago. And I know I was around 2,000 years ago. And from this perspective, you act as if that's long gone. But the way it is that those lives, if those are your lives, they are concurrent to this now. This now is isolated to some extent in its memory. As you say, why does the soul forget? Well, again, genetic tampering, but also there's a certain isolation that the soul needs as a process of development, so that there's this learning that takes place. If you were to be bombarded with all this other information, it would affect the developmental stages of consciousness. It is like an archaeologist or an anthropologist going to visit a untouched culture, and as soon as they pull out a Coke bottle, or they pull out a barrette, or a rubber band, there's the culture, it's changed. Do you understand? And so sometimes to develop in ignorance without certain knowledge of the other lines of time is a victory for the soul to learn and to grow. Now, can you grow in the physical body to know the soul's truth? As you begin to question and wonder and become more spiritual, you do remember what the soul story is. You can use regressions to remember it. Some people throughout time have used substances in the living library to alter their consciousness, and they become in contact with the soul's journey, other levels of dimensions and such. So does that help you understand things, Bruce?
A little bit.
Little bit. What more do you want to know?
Well, I understand the reason, which is kind of what 90% of what you said is
The reason.
that. I understand.
So how to open it? You want to open it?
But no, I want to know how it actually does it.
See, it's a P. He's not satisfied. No, that's the P question. The P says, well, can you just put it A, B, C, D, E, F, D, and then I will get it. And that's a part of the mind that no offense to you, but it doesn't know how to quiet itself. And it cannot accept an answer unless it meets that kind of criterion. And the mind was developed in this fashion over time so that you could deal with precision. But what it's done is hampered you in understanding. There is not a precise, let's say, technique A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because it's different for all people. You follow this? Mm-hmm. And so when the soul comes in, you are dealing with, let's say there's a bridge of knowledge when you are in the womb. So let's say that the soul is hovering in and out of the body that's being built. It sort of is in, and then it's connected with what you might call your higher self, your oversoul. And then in order to really seal it off, there's a bit of forgetfulness. And yet all children, most children, are relatively cognizant of other lines of time and a bit more mystical aspect of their nature up until about 7 years old. And at 7 years old, Saturn moves in 7-year cycles. It takes 29 years to move around the zodiac, but every 7 years it sort of puts you through an initiation. So by 7, most of you were sort of removed from the mystical remembering. But yet perhaps at 3 or 4, children are commonly say to their mother, you know, I was the mommy before. And so there is soul memory up to a point. And then, let's say, you're forgetful, certainly from 7 at least until 21, 28, let us say. From our point of view, you move into the maturation of adulthood in the physical body at about 28 years old. Saturn moves all the way around. Then you may start questioning, or you may start having family. And then you wait till the next Saturn return, 58, and you start questioning if you are spiritually aware. And the stories come through. Bruce, they do. Many people know their soul stories. And why do they know them? They know them because they want to know them. Who else has a question, please?
This is Janet.
Janet, welcome.
We recently passed the nanosecond.
Yes, the nano's over.
Yes. And so now we're moving into another phase.
We call this the new era.
All right. I would appreciate the comments on the opportunity that the new era represents for our development of human consciousness, and specifically how we can evolve during the process of weather wars and wars here in the United States, things that we will specifically move through in the next couple, 3 years.
Yes.
And what this era represents, if you could.
So the new era is predicated on, in your version that you are in, a flowering of consciousness. And let's say the new era began right after the nano ended. So December 22nd, you are in the new era. Let's see, do the math. Is that 3 months? You're 3 months into the new era. So settle down and recognize it's going to take a while to shape itself. Nonetheless, what is it going to be about? It's going to be about basically a clash between the technology of the mind and consciousness and the ability of people to, not in a military fashion. The military is very interested in developing human psychic warriors, to have you to be able to move objects with your mind and this kind of thing. Oh, there's lots of organizations that train young children to attempt to do this, and they're looking for those who have these rare talents. But as adults, you will see that this development of the mind over a dependence upon technology. That technology, this is what's going to be weighed out in the next number of years. And of course the technology is growing ever more lethal in its usage, how it's being applied. And so too, understand that as this technology develops, so too are the inner technologies developing in various people. You have not reached critical mass. Critical mass is basically when a certain number of beings operate at a certain frequency, or a certain number of people have built a thought form, and the thought form has so much energy it transmits the idea, and then suddenly people, it's in the air, they get it, and then they have it. So these next number of years, from 2013 to 2026, 27, we call that the changeover time. And the next, from 2013 to 2017, is going to be very, very intense. These are the real deceleration, slowdown. There's going to be big stuff economically, and you are in the window of possible Earth changes during this particular time because of the Uranus-Pluto squares our vehicle was drawing out for you. You have this radical element, and you have this very solid Earth element, and they are fire and Earth, and they're going to create a dynamic there. So you have potential for volcanic release, earth changes release. These are high. in now through 2017. How do you deal with all this? How do you deal with weather wars, weather control, Earth naturally releasing, the astrological influences dismantling everything? You do everything our vehicle has taught you this morning and what we are encouraging you to do. You ground yourself. You strengthen your auric field. You use the chakras to bring energy in and out. You use intentions. And you do it more and more consciously throughout the day. It's not something you just do once in a while. It's not something that you hear about on the weekends. It becomes your mode of operation. You begin to operate on a bunch of different levels. That is what the new era will require to anchor it in. The change over years will be, again, the first 5 very, very intense. Then from 2017 to 2027, about 2026, 10 years or so, 2018 to 2027, about 10 years there. So there's that phase. And that phase will be a re-examining of what consciousness is and who has consciousness, and really sort of in the United States rewriting a declaration of independence, and then working on what would be called a new constitution for humanity. Granted, your papers, your democracies, all these things, they are noble, but you are dealing with forces that are using machines to take you over, to wipe out democracy, to create a belittling of you, a limiting of you. Don't fight the system, and you can't argue with entities. It does you no good. But what does do you good is you have the power. You have the choice of how you feel and how you think, and no one can take your imagination away from you unless they tie you to a television. Do you understand? And they force you to look at pictures. And they force your eyeballs open with toothpicks. That's what they do in psychic driving. And so all of this will assist in, this is what you must do. You must utilize your physical body, each of you. And you must come to the understanding and accept yourself for what and who you are, and know that your loving acceptance of yourself makes yourself fertilize and grow. And so you can't look to someone else to say, oh, you are so great, come on, come on. Support and encouragement are wonderful. But part of the way the body works, and what clicks the body on, is that if you as a spirit love the body that you have created, and that you work with that body on an energetic level to bring it to its highest frequency. This is your path, this is your destiny, this is your inevitable challenge, and this is the legacy of the new era. And the machines, the toxicities, the more people wake up, the more psychic they get. You will have to deal with these beings and diminish them. You will not destroy them. Higher consciousness understands that these are lost beings, and they are lost from the truth, but they push you to awaken to the truth because of their shadow that wants to overtake you. So without them, you'd be lazy. Do you understand this? In the end, you will thank them, because it is part of the dynamic force of the multiverse. And if you forget everything else, remember this: you are powerful beings in the multiverse. Its prime quality is goodness. Its goodness is so good that it allows darkness and evil and these things to work themselves out, to discover they too can find goodness. So how about taking about a 20-minute recess, 15 minutes, some such, come back, and we'll be speaking to you again more on this subject.
Thank you.
All right, greetings. We're back for the second session of this afternoon, and we'd invite you all again to drop anchor, connect once again, ground yourself with the center of the earth. And now check out your aura. We extended it, our vehicle had you extend it outward to about 12 inches. Let's move a little bigger. Let's play with it now for a few moments. And with your eyes open, imagine that you are all building, the combination of your auras is building an aura that is going to reach beyond the building, and it's going to really shine like a sun. We'll do this for a little while. We'll put that energy out there, and we'll transmit the victories that you are achieving in this afternoon. Understand that extending our auras out as a collective, will serve as a broadcast device to contribute your wonderings, your realizations, the pieces of the puzzle you are putting together. And even though they are personal and they're private, your discoveries about things are very important to the people of the planet. And all of this goes out quietly by energy. And right now, on the planet, there are no technologies that have any capability of reading the specifics of what you are thinking and sending. But know this, there's diligent work being done to attempt to create machines to be able to completely read your thoughts, your minds, and your energy fields. And of course, this is the necessity of activating the human technology versus what we call the riders of machines. Those who came here to build a world that machines will eventually dominate. And we'll go off for a minute on a story and then we'll entertain questions once again. Many of you know that we have talked about the reason we have come to Earth. And one of those reasons involves a tyranny that grew out of the nanosecond in another line of time. And we told this story back in 1988 and 89 and those early years. And we said we've come from the future and we've come back in time because from this 25 years of accelerated energy, a tyranny grew and it eventually reached us in the Pleiades. And the tyranny was based on humans abdicating their humanity and becoming basically cyborgs. A branch, a faction. And we are related to you as the Anunnakis are related to you. The Anunnakis were those who came to rearrange your DNA. The Anunnakis are not all, let's say, on the same team. They are of the same bloodline. They come from what you would call a cosmic royal family. But are they any more royal than Obama would claim to be American royalty, or the Brits or the Queen would claim to be British royalty? They're all roles the beings play. And these beings, the Anunnakis, claim to be these great gods. But let's say they're part of other empires. And we, as Pleiadians and other visitors from other star systems, have interceded throughout time into the living library. And we are in the sign of Taurus, 28 degrees thereabouts. The sun will be on the Pleiades around May 18. Look up at our direction at that time. Right now, at night, you can see the Pleiades in the heavens. And always look and say hello, and the energy will come back to you. So we have also come onto your planet, and there are many, many cultures around the globe that consider us to be your ancestors. That is why we are welcomed. That is why we are revered. We are considered the sweet daughters of Atlas. We are considered to be the hens, the chicks. We are the original chicks, if they are chicks. We are, let's say, the Seven Sisters. We have many names throughout time, and even we can claim to be mentioned as seven doves, and we are in the Bible as well. We are known to be mystical and to produce, let's say, an energy that is very earthy. We have taught you many, many things. And we have interspersed in and out of, let's say, and around the infiltration of the Anunnaki. We as Pleiadians, this group, we that speak to you, we do not represent the entire Pleiadian system. Know that. That there are many types of beings that come through the Pleiades. We are an area in the cosmos through which many souls pass and many realities are organized and set up, dreamed into being. We have a black hole which allows us to, let's say, really move merchandise through time. It is like a magical portal if you have a black hole. To understand black holes, the center of the galaxy is reputed to have massive, massive black hole that, let's say, is many, many millions of times the size of your sun. Black holes are entry points in and out of various versions of reality. So, as Pleiadians, we have come back in time to help you build the nano, to build a probability, to ameliorate the tyranny. We have succeeded. Many people want to know, did you succeed? Yes, we have succeeded in building this probability, and the tyranny is still there. But you are in a parallel world next to the tyranny world. And even though you will see some aspects of the tyranny, the desire to turn humans into cyborgs, you are in the prob, the splitting of the worlds, the version of reality that is invested in the flowering of consciousness. We cannot emphasize this enough. All the people that are in this probability with you are here in some way to learn about or learn from the flowering of consciousness. And so it is important to understand that worlds split, and they split by agreements and by beliefs. And what you believe or what you are invested in can build a world, and it can build millions of worlds. And you can be in many worlds at once. You are not perhaps just in this world. These are the concepts of what are called probabilities. This is demonstratable in the science that is 100 years old now, called quantum mechanics, quantum physics. The idea of thought influencing, let's say, the outcome. The idea of a particle and a wave. This comes down to reality operating in the mind of the maker as energy. You are physical right now, and you are also energy. You will become more physically astute. You will contribute more physically. The more grounded you become, the more you want to be here, the more solid you build your energy field, the stronger the flowering will be. And then the more grounded you are, the greater will be your vibration of understanding yourself as energy. When you are not grounded, you cannot really understand yourself as energy. And you start bringing in beings from what we call the lower astral realms. These beings, again, some of them are lost souls, some of them are mischief makers, some of them claim to be aliens and all kinds of things. Lots of people who channel and open to this process, which is a very legitimate process. But if the people are not whole in themselves and ungrounded, they can pick up anything in the lower astral, and the lower astral is just waiting to say, well, I am God, I am the prophet, I am Allah, I am Virgin Mary, whoever, doesn't make any difference. They'll pass themselves off as anything. So if you are dealing with this, or you are knowing anyone dealing with this kind of thing, so you want to be strong and solid, so that when you are dialing up into the other realms, you are here and you are really calling on a telephone. You are not, let's say, letting them take you over. And do not be flattered by what beings from the other realms tell you. Even though you are powerful beings, we tell you that all the time. That is not a flattery, that is a fact in your terms that we want to encourage you to recognize it in yourselves and to start using it. So there are a few ideas to think of. Let's go back into discussion and questions. Now, we were discussing with Janet, we believe, the idea of what the new era is about, what is going to be important, again, biological technology versus machines, and how to deal with weather, the weather wars. Now, understand this, we'll pick it up from there. Yes, there are machines that are utilized, that are based on ground technology that bounces off of satellite technology. And it is through these means, particle beams, all kinds of things, hidden technologies that were developed by Tesla over 100 years ago, this kind of thing, very far out, that many things are possible to manipulate. But when you are a manipulator, things go wrong. You understand? You are not rewarded for being a manipulator. Not at all. If there's anything that can muck up, it will. So these beings have this going for them all the time. That's why they have to run the airwaves and promote themselves and reward themselves all the time, because things are not that way. Nonetheless, these machine technologies are using natural forces of what you would call the elements. And the elements would be earth, air, fire, and water. And then the fifth element, the ether. And so these elements have their own intelligence, their own consciousness, their own vitality in their own right. And these elements are not happy being manipulated. Just as you are not happy being manipulated. You with us? Mm-hmm. So when you accord the wind, the rain, the snow, the sun, the moon, all of these influencing factors, when you accord them intelligence and say hello to them and ask them to please guide and protect you, to ask them to work around you, and that you understand that they are being manipulated, and you understand that they are they have their own vitality, and you invite them to honor you because you honor their intelligence and their consciousness. This is some of the oldest ways of your ancestors and how they dealt with a churning, changing earth that was not being, let's say, manipulated by machines. It was natural processes the earth is going through. So when a storm is brewing, for example, we have taught many, many people over the years to mock it up, put it out there, talk to the storm. Hello, Sandy. I know you might be engineered, but your winds, your rain, your speed are real. And I'm going to sit with you. I'm going to ask you, please, to spare me, and I ask for protection around my property, the trees, my home. And I'm going to sit with you as you burn and rage while you're being manipulated. And I ask you, please, to clear things around me so that I can see with greater clarity, but I am safe. Many, many people who know how to do this have reported that the house down the street, or houses down the street, all without power. Not their house, their power's on. You understand? People lost their roof, everything's crashing, burning around them. Not their house, they're fine. So the dialogue that you learn to have with nature and with the forces that are around you are absolutely, positively essential for you to do. Now, when you lived in a simpler environment, meaning that when you were more tribal, village-like, clan-like, living in smaller conclaves, closer to the earth, walking more, perhaps having to milk the cow, brush down the horse, run after the goat, this kind of thing. These are historically common events that have gone around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. When you lived in such a way, you automatically talked to earth, the elements, the animals, and the creature. What else was there? Do you understand? You knew these things. Your body knew them. Now, as you have moved as a people further and further away from considering yourselves part of nature, your scientifics have convinced you that you are separate from nature, that you observe nature, that you are superior to nature. It's wrong. The human body, just like the body of a worm, the body of a bird, a marijuana plant, a pepper plant, a jack and the beanstalks plant, a willow tree, the mightiest oak, everything you can think of. All these life forms are designed, and they are part of the program of nature. And just as a human body needs a spirit in it to animate it, When you die, your spirit leaves. The body is empty. It's not animated. And it goes back to, let's say, decay. And again, until a spirit is born or takes on the life form, this is what animates the living library. You do not lose who you are when you die. And we ask you, please, we assure you, we want to comfort you and to say to you, right now, make a decision in this moment that you have nothing to fear when you die. We would like you, in the privacy of your own agreement, to say, when it's my time to go, I will go fearlessly into the long good night, and I will go into a great new reality, knowing that loved ones wait me and a new adventure is at hand. Do not fear dying. It is important to have an exit plan. You may be years and years and years from your exit, years and years away. Which, what the heck, a little bit of imagining can go a long way. And the globalists, like to the non-physicals, they want to control the death portal. They want you in fear. They want you confused when you die. They want to recycle souls. They want souls to get possessed and all this thing. They want to get you to play in certain religious games and things of this nature. Not right now, but at some point in the next few days, before the spring equinox, there's your homework assignment time. We would like you to make an agreement with reality about your death. And that can be as simple as how and where you are going to die. It can be an agreement to say, higher self and my oversoul. When it is my time to terminate my experience in reality of this physical body, I want to leave graciously, effortlessly. I want no pain, no muss, no fuss. I want the easiest of exit plans, or whatever you want. And then by putting this picture out there, you are already conditioning the space for how you're going to exit. Do you know how many people are afraid of dying? And so then they get sick, because being afraid of dying makes them sick. And they spend years sick, dreading the death portal as they go from hospital to nursing home to greater and greater degradation of vitality. It all comes from dread of leaving the physical body. There's the non-physical is a absolute separate reality. You will, because of your investment in this lifetime, bring your consciousness with you. That's what you want to do. Carry everything you've got. They say you can't take it with you. Well, maybe not the material stuff, but everything you learned goes with you. You follow? Yes? Do you follow?
Yes.
Good. Between now and the spring equinox, make an agreement. And then it's like writing a will, and then put it away. Every once in a while, no. But when your time comes, it's going to be good. And forget about it. All right. That's big, you know. What we just asked you to do is very big. It is a plan that people will say, write a will, write this, write that. What good is it going to do you? What you want to do is to get out and be good about getting out and get out clean and happy. And leave everybody else clean and happy too. That's victory. That's the big victory. It will all happen, believe us. All right, let's do questions now. We've given you more things to think of, and we'll do our best to cover your questions, because you are asking very appropriate and good things. So we'll go back to Janet now, since she had the last question. Did we give you what you want, Janet?
Yes, to a large degree.
And so do you have any other questions to follow through on what you are asking?
Only if you want to comment on the Pluto-Uranus squares and their specific outcomes in the United States.
So the Pluto-Uranus squares and their outcomes for the United States. So you've had two last year, June and September in 2012. You have two this year, one in May and one in November 1st. And then next year, the big one for the United States, what did we say, April of 2014. What will they do? Certainly, you're going to have big financial shakeup. This is going to affect the entire globe, and everyone is going to decelerate a bit more. Everyone's going to get more simpler, more practical. There's going to be less money. There's going to be more innovation. There's going to be less waste. There's going to be more creativity. There's going to be less stuff on the shelves, but more stuff to eat in greater proliferation of health, vitality, and deliciousness. You are moving back to a simpler time. The energy that propelled you in the nanosecond is unsustainable. It's completely unsustainable. It was necessary, the speed up, to create a short period of time where consciousness had to push itself to evolve very, very quickly, to become much more aware. That victory is set. Now you will ride those energies, you will fine-tune them, you will develop them. And as more and more people become spontaneously awakened, Uranus, Pluto will awaken people to new talents and abilities to build Pluto new structures. At first, these may seem to be just gifts that come through the ether. We will call them gifted and talented people. And then after a while will come the techniques, the protocols that people will willingly learn. The problem, things cannot be kept secret, they must be out in the open. The problem occurs when you get secret mystery schools and this is compartmentalized and you can't learn this until you get this, and that's what creates all of the problems. And to jump back a bit in time, the mystery schools originally were not designed to hide information from the public at all. About 12, 13,000 years ago, in that vicinity, there was great destruction on the planet. And there was again great destruction about 9,000 BC or some such as well. There was a series of some very earth-shattering events. Historically, it comes down as a flood. It comes down as the story of the fall of Atlantis, this kind of thing. And after that, there was great ignorance, a great separation. And people had to start all over again. And those who remembered started the mystery schools. And they started these mystery schools to preserve the knowledge that was lost. Because when the technological society was cooked, lots of knowledge went out the window. Imagine all the information that is now stored on technology. If that were to go out the window, all these young people who only know how to push buttons, if there was no devices that would respond to what they knew, what would they know? And it's important to understand that with all of these devices that people have in their hands, these little handheld smartphones, these were the devices, or similar devices, let's say, that the gods fought over. The gods had devices, they were called Mies and Mais, and they were crystalline devices, and these Mies were set up to structure the ideas of civilization, the codes of how to build. They were the protocols. And if you had a device that could operate and bring all these protocols into form, you could develop animal husbandry and agriculture and writing and you name it, all the things that make a civilization. And again, the Egyptian civilization, the Sumerian civilization came out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. There also was a civilization in Pakistan, modern-day Pakistan. Where are you fighting today? In Pakistan. You see how you are in Anunnaki territory? They're re-stimulating. And if the Anunnakis were fighting over their devices, what they would do is if one Anunnaki wanted to ruin another Anunnaki's territory, they would use their atomic bombs and bomb, or they would steal the devices. If you didn't have the devices, what could you do? It's the same issue today, except the devices are in all people's hands now. The games of the gods became everybody's game. The incest of the gods became everyone's sexual abuse. You understand? So, this is what needs to be cleaned. It will be cleaned. And this is what some of the Uranus-Pluto squares will bring, a fall and a rising of energy that will help you deal with all of this. Who has a question?
Karen.
What is your name?
Karen.
Karen, welcome.
Thank you. I just have one question. Just wondering, on Easter Island, the statues that are there, I wonder who built them, when they were built, and why they were built?
On Easter Island. Well, obviously they were built by large beings, let's say, and that area of the Pacific, again, Easter Island being west of South America, the Peruvian and Chilean coast, much, much further west in that capacity. And at one time, there was, let's say, a greater civilization in what you call Polynesia. It would have been connected to the archetype or the myth of the Lemurian civilization, as you understand it. And let's say that the statues on Easter Island would have been built by giant beings, not small beings, as a testimony to their kind. At that time, let's say that various times on the planet, large beings were very isolated because of tumult that had occurred. Even in the United States, here in this area, in the southwestern portion of United States, long, long ago, there was a high technological society. Destruction came here as well, and these giants were scattered, and they became fragmented, and they became known to the later American Indians, and they sometimes lived side by side, sometimes, particularly in the Southwest, some of the giants were very ferocious, and they would use the smaller people for food. So on Easter Island, it was sort of a memorial to a remnant that wanted to be recognized, and to this day, their story is misunderstood. Again, the Polynesian giants were a version of the giant race that, let's say, held certain information into form. Who else has question, please? Who is it?
My name is Ed.
Ed, you must speak much louder, but welcome.
Thank you. Question on visitations. People had visitations, and I'd like to know who those ones are. Specifically, I had one 41 years ago when I was 19, where I got invited to a praise and prayer session with a bunch of Christians in campus. I had somebody show up for me.
You had someone show up for you. That's what we didn't hear. All right. Was it
just in pure love?
energy, physical being?
It was non-physical, but he showed up in space next to the girl who had invited me to the meeting at the end of the meeting.
And what kind of meeting was it?
It was a Christian praise and prayer session.
All right, that's what we were getting after. We didn't hear that part. So you were at a Christian prayer meeting session,
Yes.
and basically what these people were doing, praying, was running energy.
Right, but it was after everybody left.
Yes, but they had already conditioned the space with energy. Do you understand that? So that if you were to go to Mecca, for example, if you were Muslim and you were to complete your hajjat and go to Mecca, which is required to go in once in lifetime, and you were to move around the stone, the Kaaba, you would, with the people in their belief system, be conditioning the space. And then after all the people left, there was an energy around this, all right? And so this is what you were dealing with, the energy that had been built, which attracted a being. And you're saying the being was good being?
Yes.
And did it feel human to you?
It was impartation of just love. And I was so empty and afraid of life back at that time. But for 20 minutes it went on. I just cried like a baby and couldn't even stand. But when I got up, there was a whole new possibility in life. I never saw him again, but it put me on a whole new path.
Well, we would say that that visitation in that capacity was part of your higher self. When people say visitation, they're often talking about an extraterrestrial visitation. That's why we were not clear with you.
And that's why I'm asking, because who was that masked man? You know.
That you are talking about a soul level higher self. Some would call it a guardian angel of sorts, but understand the angels were the Anunnakis. That's where the idea of the angels came from. It's the extraterrestrials visiting. And it was the angels who went to Sodom and Gomorrah. And it was the angels who again announced and said to Lot and his wife, come, come. There's going to be destruction here. The God's mad. And God bombed or used nuclear weapons, and basically we could take that story back to Enlil and his progeny, and to say that again, disappointment in the human experiment on a sexual level, that was all about, and blowing it up and destroying it. So angels, we use that term very loosely because technically angels are the extraterrestrial visitors. When you have a being who is pure love, that is often part of the soul manifestation, or the highest self, the guide of the self that comes in and to put you on a path, and to do it only once, really big, so it completely changes the course of your life. This is common with many people. And when people pray, and you are in a prayerful sort of conditioned space, then it raises the vibration, and beings of a higher vibration will come in. You understand?
Okay.
So understand this. In a church, if a priest or someone was leading the people, and they were pure of heart, and even though they were saying rote Christian prayers, which would be a ritual, because anything repeated again is a ritual. So when you use the same recipe, oh, I can't change this recipe, mom made the pie this way, don't put 1/8 of a teaspoon in, put 1/4 of a teaspoon in, that's her recipe. That's a ritual. It's done again and again, and it builds energy. A ceremony is a little looser. You can change the recipe in a ceremony. A Christian church, Catholic church operates with ritual. And if the people were all of the heart chakra, and they were calling in and building love and calling in the divine purpose and the highest end, they would build a sacred space that would be incredible. So it's not so much the institution, it's the intent of the people. You understand?
Yeah.
And then that space is filled with the love and the caring and the heart of the people, and then it can draw in higher forces of being who will guide you and put you on a path. Sometimes it can be a relative. A relative will come in, a relative maybe that none of you have ever met. A deceased great-great-grandparent or some being that has been on a path that cares about your bloodline will come in from the spirit realm and ring your doorbell, and nothing will ever be the same again. You are blessed with these events because they are rare and you remember them. Who else has questions, please?
I'm Carla. Carla.
Carla, welcome, Carla. Speak loud and clear.
Thank you. Could you address the subject of heaven as we have been taught here on earth, what it is?
Heaven?
Heaven.
Heaven. What a good question.
The question is, what is real? Where do we go? Do we go to individual dimensions or energies or places?
When you're deceased, you're talking about.
I'm sorry?
When you are deceased, you mean?
Yes,
All right.
when we leave here.
So we said, what a good question, because it ties back to the Anunnaki again. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Anunnaki, they parked themselves in what we call celestial palaces. We believe we've talked about this in our channelings in the early 90s, how visitors had these palaces in the heavens, in the sky, and that they lived up there. And sometimes they lived under the waters on earth, sometimes they lived inside of mountains, on top of mountains. They did not live among you, they walked among the people, they walked among their genetic experiments, but they lived other places. So the myth began long, long ago that to get to heaven would be the ultimate goal. This morning our vehicle was giving you a few biblical questions. Do you remember that? And it was Bruce, we believe, who had told the story of who Enoch was, that he walked with God, he was translated and taken up. And that was the desire of Gilgamesh. If you remember Gilgamesh is one of the progenies of the Anunnakis, and Gilgamesh and his buddy genetic experiment Enkidu. Gilgamesh was part sky blood and part earth blood. By sky blood, we mean the Anunnakis of old mated with or put their DNA in an indigenous human form that had already been around and been through all kinds of things. So Gilgamesh had a fanatical desire to get to heaven, and felt that because he had the blood of the Anunnaki, that he was entitled to get up there. And it was a goal of beings because they understood that if they could get to heaven, where the Anunnaki's celestial palaces or spaceships were, or motherships, then they would be granted immortality. Because the gods lived so much longer than the humans. And again, the humans were tweaked to live a certain way, to produce, to be a certain vibration. The story, as it's researched, is saying, well, the Anunnaki, they made you slaves so that you would dig in the ground. Well, they don't want you just for digging in the ground. They feed off of the energy that you exude. That's also very, very important to understand. So, does that give you a little insight? Mm-hmm. Would you want to ask more?
What about God? Is it a single intelligence or entity? I know there are many.
God would be each person's projection, and anyone with any common sense would recognize that each religion claiming to have superiority and to have the line, the only telephone line to God, is complete foolishness. Many of the visiting ETs set up religions for you across the lines of times, through telepathy, through all kinds of soul planning, as a way of managing the planet. One could say that the religions sort of serve as custodial structures. They give you rules and regulations. They sort of manage your energy, yet keep you limited. They keep you from getting to heaven. They keep heaven as an enticement, as an idea. So where do you go when you die? That's your question also. You go into, let's say, what we call islands of beliefs. You go into various dimensions or frequencies of reality. Our vehicle explained to you, if you are afraid of dying and you don't go towards, you're not met by beings that you love, then you can get really lost. Fear. If you die in fear, if you die in great suddenness, or if you die in great tragedy, it can totally traumatize the soul. So the soul is mixed up and doesn't know where to go. Now, beings that love you will always attempt to come and find you. That is a natural flow of the multiverse. And so you may say, well, who loves me? It may be beings that you don't know and have never known physically. But you are all loved by someone, by many someones. And so beings can come and attempt to, say, help beings who survive, the lost souls who were wandering New York City after 9/11. And they may want to get through to them, but the soul is so traumatized, it sees nothing, it hears nothing. It's lost. Do you understand? It's lost. Then there's people on the ground who will come often, people like you, humans, who will go to the sites of concentration camps, who will go to battlefields, who will go to the sites of car wrecks and plane wrecks and put crystals down. And with their understanding in their heart, they will pray. And they will make a holy space or a higher vibration space, so that the people will be drawn to the love of the higher vibration space. And then what happens technically, once they get into the higher vibrational love of space, because they're realizing someone cares, then other beings can come and help lift them out. It's not easy to die. You have to know where you're going. You have to have a plan. And you want to aim for meeting up with those who know the ropes on the other side, who are clear and clean and who really love you. That's what you want to have meet you. And those are the beings that will meet you if you set it up that way.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Another aspect of the changing era It will be to help people die in a cleaner way, to die without so much fancy rigmarole and all of this. You know, death has taken on such a pompousness, the obituaries, the rituals, there's all these rituals. Basically, again, you are mimicking the gods. And the gods of Egypt, you have these space visitors coming, setting up these dynasties, and then leaving. And then the dynasties are run by what you call demigods or changelings. They would be those who were part human and part visitor. And they would have been the pharaohs throughout time, as you understood the pharaohs. The gods ruled far before the time of the pharaonic lines. And so as things got further and further away from the truth, the pharaohs became, their blood became diluted, even though in the pharaonic line, they were attempting to keep the blood pure. That is why brother would marry sister. As the Anunnaki did, brother and sister would marry one another. Daughter would have sex with father or grandfather. Son would have sex with mother and grandmother. Because these beings were not aging. They were living into perpetuity, do you understand? They were selectively breeding. They were selective breeders. So all of this, so now you have the blue bloods, they are selective breeders. You look at the Queen in England, and she'll admit that she breeds dogs and horses, but they don't tell you they're breeding their own kind. Do you understand? Yet the modern monarchy, where do they come from? Germany. And who started the blood race, the breeding? The Germans, you understand? And the Germans are descendants of the Germanic giants. They were the ferocious, massive giants of long ago. And these giants would have been descendants of the Nephilim. The Nephilim are mentioned in the Bible. Another name for the Anunnakis. The Nephilim, according to the biblical story, would be called the fallen angels, or those who disobeyed God and came down and had sex with the people on earth. They make it sound like the Nephilim are all men. They're not. The women were involved as well. They don't take sides on these things, you understand? They cohabitated, or they started mixing the DNA. Lots of times they couldn't cohabitate. They were too big and the humans were too little. Are we expanding your picture of reality today?
I have a question.
Yes, you are.
I'm Eva.
Eva, welcome. We take it that chuckle meant yes. Go for it, Eva.
I have some glimpse of my way of solution.
Much louder. They cannot hear you in the back row. You have a glimpse of
How to deal with genetical pain as far as back even thousands of years.
how to deal with
Pain through genes.
genetic pain.
Yes. And I'd like your...
Are you talking physical pain? Are you talking family pain, emotional pain, mental?
Both. All. In some ways, all. Yes.
All, you are saying.
All of them.
All right. Pain. Where does pain come from?
Not necessarily just pain, but just inherited through the genes, languages, behaviors. How do you assist past lives or your gene pool people to cleanse themselves through you? What sort of tools we have today?
She's talking about genetic pain. First of all, when you clean up your own pain, you contribute to cleaning up your DNA.
Yes.
And as you strengthen yourself, as you find the purpose of the story, and you assign significance and purpose to all events, and if you can, you accept yourself as a creator of your reality. You create by agreement, you create by acquiescing, meaning, oh, okay, and you create by default, I don't care. I won't do anything about it. So you create in this capacity agreement, intention, acquiescence by default or by default. And if you can accept that you are creator of reality and that the pain that you have encountered in your life, mental, physical, emotional, spiritual, that the bottom line with pain is there's a purpose to it. And it represents that energy is blocked. And that if the energy is blocked, it means there's a story there that's hidden behind a dark curtain that needs to be examined, that needs to take a big, big magnifying glass, that needs to be washed out, kissed, nurtured, cleaned up, loved, and understood. You see, everything has a purpose. Even the darkest of stories has a purpose. And all family lines have pain, because basically your scientifics can trace all your genetic stuff back to sort of root races, as they were called, or root genetic experimentations. And these would be not two individuals, so to speak, but two versions of startups on civilizations. So in some capacity, you all deal with the pain of the gods. And what is their pain? They had fratricide, meaning that they killed each other. They thought nothing of, let's say, loosening the evil winds. That's what they called their atomic weapons, the evil winds. They thought nothing of destroying parts of their project and their civilization and the people that were there. And even in some of their stories, this destruction made them flee the planet because there was so much poison and toxicity. And it, of course, would depend upon which way the winds were blowing. So the pain of thinking you can do anything you want and having to bear the consequences of it is quite a big pain. You bear the consequences in short little lifetimes of about 80 to 100 years. But certainly the literature is full of beings who lived hundreds of thousands of years. How do you clean it up? You clean up your own life by living a life with a good moral compass, and you have integrity in all your activities. And if you have not done this up till now, that's no problem. You forgive yourself. You, let's say, forgive those who trespassed against you. You make rectifications, and you start afresh. Because once you are informed, there's no excuse for not being informed or acting as if you are not informed. And each person contributes this. You do not have to clean yourself up and then have children to have a clean genetic line. What you do is you say, I'm one person, and I am no longer a victim. And I open the doors on my DNA across the lines of time to rise above victimhood and to be a creator of my reality, which means I have choices, which means I accept and look for the purpose of events. And I know by understanding the purpose, there's reason. And with reason, there's freedom. Because you learn. Does this help you?
Yes. Now, the other half of my question is about joy and grace.
Joy and grace, yes.
In a similar way, how do you carry that through and represent it in a linear way?
Joy and grace are a choice. They are a choice. They are something to aspire to. Those of you with strong Venus in your charts, Venus is often associated with Isis, a higher vibration of the female energy, the creative force. And Venus is about good love and good joy. And for some people, the story is told in their birth chart. They may have a restricted or a clamped down Venus that shows that they bring a story with them of the misuse of this energy, and they have to work to restore its value. Venus's value, love and joy and grace are values. Some people do bring grace with them. Some people do bring love with them. You do carry your lessons from lifetime to lifetime. And a lesson learned in any lifetime is not only affecting the genetic line backward and forward, whether you have children or not, because there's the power of the blood bond telepathy. Same blood, big telepathy. You understand this? Yes. But also, the victories ripple into your soul's incarnations. And your soul's incarnations also help you and fortify you. And you all would be astounded at how many versions of you along your lines of time worked with you through the nano to give you strength to help you be as high in achievement as you could possibly be. These beings worked with you from their mystery schools, from their lines of time, knowing that in the nano you could achieve 100,000 times greater victory than they could in their slower time. You understand this?
Yes.
So grace is to be cultivated, it is to be emulated, it is to be desired and to be manifested. Now, some of you know that we've given little homework over the years. We are big on homework. We don't grade you. There's no grades in this school, but there's homework. No doubt about it. And sometimes you beg us for homework. We've had that situation where please give us some homework to do, because you figure out that if we give you an assignment, you do it, it expands your consciousness. So an assignment we gave people long time ago takes a commitment, and it is called the full moon paper. And at the full moon, you put out a piece of paper, blank piece of paper, and you let the moon shine on it. It can be a little piece or a big piece, whatever you want. Once the moon charges that paper up for 2 or 3 days, or 1 day, day before, day of, day after full moon, you can put crystal on it, you can put a little black and white checkered on it, play around with it, flowers, whatever you want. Make it a sacred paper. The full moon means completion, fruition. It comes to being. You put the paper, it's blank, it's charged up. You put it away in a folder, an envelope, something. Sacred full moon paper, the date is written on it. 2 weeks later, it is the new moon. It's dark at the new moon. You pull out that blank piece of paper, and on the new moon, in the dark of the moon, you play farmer. And you plant seeds, and you say, it is my intention to emulate grace, to draw the highest love vibration into my life, to always have meaningful employment, to welcome the abundance of the multiverse to move through me, and I will share my abundance and be generous with all people. It is my intention to always be healthy, wealthy, wise, happy. And you fill up that full moon paper on the new moon with everything you can think of about what you want to be, and you never ever have to know how what you are writing down is going to come about. That is a must to remember. And here's another must to remember. There is a phrase, and it is called abracadabra. Everyone say it. Abracadabra. All right, we know now that you know this phrase. It is ancient phrase. It is more like avracadabra from ancient Aramaic. Aramaic is the language of the biblical era. It is the language that old texts and manuscripts and papyruses were written in. And abracadabra, translated from all long time ago, means I will create as I speak. Do not forget this. You won't, because you said abracadabra out loud. That's why we had you say it out loud. Then you won't forget what it means. And everything you say, you write, you think is an abracadabra. I will create as I speak. I will create as I write. I will create as I think. This is the key to living on earth, and it is the founding building blocks of the new era. Who has question?
This is Asha.
Asha, welcome.
Thank you.
How's the avocado farm?
Oh, very good, thank you.
Good. You helped our vehicle out a lot by shipping her avocados. We believe she told you it was one of the few foods she could eat during her inclement stages when she was visiting Zibalba. We'll rift off on this for a moment. We'll come back to Ashur. We asked you earlier, you've heard of Zibalba? You said, no, we have not heard of Zibalba. Zibalba is the mythical underworld of the gods. According to the Mayan cosmology, it is where the gods dwelt. And according to Mayan understanding, that one walked to Zibalba on the crossroads. And the road to Zibalba was open very, very rarely. And as you approached the alignment in 2012 with the sun and the earth, aligning with the plane of the galaxy, that was opening the road to Xibalba, or the underworld that took people into, or took souls or consciousness into the underworld, or into the dark rift at the center of the galaxy, which was considered to be the womb of the mother, or the source of all creation. And so we said to you earlier, many of you visited with Xibalba as the nanosecond was closing, and you visited sometimes in a state of despair because something threw you off and you went there. So our vehicle was eating avocados while she was visiting Xibalba. So just wanted to throw that in. All right, what's your question, Asho?
It's kind of more wondering, perhaps.
Wondering, all right.
You've talked about a lot the junk DNA that after the nano became more and more evident in people, and my question is...
The junk DNA you were talking about. And the junk DNA...
How it's becoming more evident, it's becoming alive in some people, especially perhaps the children, and I've noticed...
Maybe add something here.
Okay.
Junk DNA is a term that your scientific community came up with in the 60s or 70s or some such, after Watson and Crick figured out the DNA molecule. And they realized that there was a lot of decent DNAs, and then there was a whole bunch of it that appeared to have not being switched on, not having the proteins, not having anything going on. And because they didn't understand what it was, they called it junk DNA. And it made up about 90% or some such of what was there in the genome. And so basically it sort of paralleled the idea that you use 10% or less of your brain, but also that you are using about 10% of the genome. And so it is called junk. And we used to say early on, oh, it's not junk. It's not junk at all. It's shut off. It's in dormancy. It's waiting to be reactivated, to mutate into higher form because of energy. Now your scientifics are coming to discover, recently, just a few months ago, they said, whoa, junk DNA, it's not junk. That's mainstream coming out to the fringe. That's very good. So we had to explain that so the room understood what junk DNA was. So what are you asking now about this, this dormant DNA?
Working on communicating to people who you can't touch, like family members, people you love, and knowing there's potential in there. You know, I get more of a feeling that there's something there. When you say it, like you, I don't know if Vehicle said it or you said it, you can't blab out what you think. You have to be sensitive to where they are or what they're...
Using a little diplomacy, yes.
Right.
You have to be at your best, Libra.
Right. And as you put that forward with people, I notice it most with my granddaughter. I put out her...
And she is how old?
She's 20.
20, all right.
And I can tell with her, I kind of experiment with her, because I throw out little tidbits and I watch her response. And
such as what kind of tidbit would you throw to her?
You know, if you say that to the person, you're creating a response that you might not want. You might want to think about saying it a different way or feeling.
So you are playing the role of advisor and mentor towards her,
without blurting it up. And as she'll get quiet, perhaps. Is it? I don't know how this fits with the junk DNA, but and then to trust that something's happening. It's difficult to, when you put this energy forward.
Don't say you, say I.
It's difficult when I put this energy out that I do it with Mingo. I do it with several people now. You pick up when you see someone if they're going to communicate or not. You already know, and to trust that they're feeling that you're getting somewhere is.
Not that you're getting somewhere, I'm getting somewhere. Stay with I, because you are talking about an I situation, and when you change the context and you say you, then you move the power away from yourself. So stick with the I in this particular situation. And basically what you're doing is playing with telepathy. What you are describing to us is you are wanting to send a signal, you are cautious about what you may articulate, so you are monitoring your this chakra, this fifth chakra, and you are looking and sort of scanning for response to see if they are going to, how they are going to respond to your mental suggestions, correct?
Correct.
And then what does this have to do with DNA?
Well, also at the same time, I can feel if I'm communicating or not.
So this is all part of you developing greater sensitivity.
Correct.
And this is excellent. And play with it. You cannot dominate someone else, but you can certainly play with the telepathy in terms of the dormant DNA. Now, understand this, that it's entirely possible, and this is what's been going on, and we can use an little on-key sort of brother against brother kind of thing, because it's an archetype. You have Osiris and Set. You have what were Adam's progeny? Cain and Abel, you understand? All these stories represent an ancient God story. So one's good, one's not good. So understand that the savior brother, so to speak, the Anki, the Ia, has been working with us and others to help restore what got mucked up a long time ago in the DNA. And to understand this, some people have been visited, and not in the way Ed was saying earlier, but they have been taken up into ships and they wake up in crafts, or afterwards they have regression or something, and they remember that what appears to be that they were involved in experiments where sperm and egg were extracted from them. Has this been happening? Yes. Who has been doing it? Let's say that no good Nick gods sometimes are doing it, working with American military and world military, actually. It's part of an agreement to, we'll give you this if we can take this. But there's also things happening in the dream state. Our vehicle was altered in this capacity, taken up in the dream state into a big, huge craft, along with many, many other people, many, 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 many years ago, 1980 or some such. And DNA can be cleaned and altered very slowly. It's done by vibration. And it's been happening with certain people. And they don't want to do the whole planet at once. You couldn't survive it. You do it with a few, the strong ones. You see how they adapt. And then they affect others. They sort of raise the vibration. So on this level, that 90% of junk is being worked on and being brought out of dormancy and replaced almost energetically and sometimes literally. Some ETs will abduct humans and literally do probes, anal probes, vaginal probes, penis probes, and people have reported very, very painful, horrible experiences. These would be the lower vibrational ETs having made deals with governments. We'll give you technology, Earth people, and we will do genetic experimentation on the population, and you will say nothing, and you will hide it behind whatever. And those are long-term agreements that happened particularly after World War II. Then you have other beings who are here who take your energy body, not your physical body, your energy body. And some beings do bad things with the energy body, and some beings do very good things with the energy body, and they may take you up at night, and lots of you, and vibrational restore you. Big projects. How does this happen? How does this occur? You tend to think that physical reality is solid and real, and there's one reality and everyone is in it. Reality has more layers than an onion. You vibrate in certain layers, you move through different layers even throughout the day, but you don't recognize it. Because your neurology is trained to be busy and here and there and everywhere. That's why when you go into nature and you quiet down, it's easier to understand the switches of frequencies and the different layers of reality. So, there's some things to think about. What else do you want to know, Asho?
Well, just to finish it off a little bit, I find myself learning in all these different interactions. And I've been finding also since the end of the nano, we've been wanting to stay home more. It's so peaceful, sustainable.
Lots of people are finding that they're becoming more homebodies. But we'll say this. After the nano ended, we highly recommended that people spent January and February in quiet seclusion, staying home quiet. Why? Because next week, the energy is going to kick A, as you say. You understand? It's going to really amp up. And so you rested. The winter was a time of integration. It was a time of whoa, the nano's over, the pressure's off. It was a time of reflection, of refortification, restoring yourself. Now the energies are going to kick in, let's say, the week right after the equinox. There's some very volatile energies. If you look over at the diagram our vehicle is drawing there, what is happening the week after the equinox is you have Pluto at the top over there in Capricorn. You have Uranus in Aries, saying spring is here, and that's going to kick it in. And Mars is with Aries. And then on the 27th of this month, March, you have a full moon, and the full moon is going to be in Libra. It's going to create big dynamics. There's potential for some very, very big stuff to come down in the spring quarter, probably sooner rather than later, but that May window is also big as well. So what happens is, as these things start brewing, you pick them up on another level of being. We talked to you about the potato being your psychic part of yourself. Understand, people, that there's a part of you in every single one of you that knows months in advance what's coming. Months in advance. You get premonitions, you get feelings. Sometimes these things don't happen because you shift the probabilities. These knowings, these premonitions are going to grow clearer and stronger. Expect that the Uranus-Pluto squares not only will shake the Earth, but as they may shake the Earth and shake Earth's systems and shake up Earth's reality, they will also shake loose what's been blocked in you so that you can open up to greater sensitivity, greater psychic awareness. We would say all of you can expect that 6 moons from now, you will be able to look back and say, wow, I really amped up my abilities. And again, keep working throughout the day a few seconds at a time to condition the space to put out what you want. Who else has a question or comment?
Irina?
Irina, yes, welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to know what your position was about the discovery of the Higgs boson at this particular part.
Discovery of the Higgs boson, which would be called the God particle.
Exactly.
And it was basically Higgs who projected or came out, speculated on the possibility of this certain particle. They're not going to tell you the truth about it. That's the problem. That's the problem with CERN and all of these places where they're dealing with high-level science. It's about sometimes it's about promos and it's about putting out a public picture. But the discovery of this, they've come on to something. They've found something. And whenever something big is discovered, it has the potential to completely rearrange and change reality. And again, the problem we've said earlier is that your technological developments and advancements are not paralleling your development in wisdom. Now, let's say this, that just as you have two papacies, you have a white papacy and you have a black papacy. Did you know this? The Catholic Church is very, very big on the black and white and using it. Tomorrow, ask our vehicle. She's got good pictures. She can show you how invested they are in running energy, the checkerboard energy. And the checkerboard is a symbol of the grid of energy. And so just as there is a front papacy, and the Pope wears the white vestiges, and they have granted the retired Pope the privilege to still wear white, there is the black Pope, and an entire conclave that we believe they were all Jesuits, and that we believe that this is the first Jesuit pope that is the white pope. So there's some playing going on there. The black pope and that hierarchy runs things from behind the scenes. Now, cut and paste that to science. You have scientific organizations. They're saying, oh, we're discovering the Higgs boson. Oh, we are discovering this. Oh, look at this. Oh, we have CERN. Look at this. This is all dog and pony. Do you understand? It's a show, because over 100 years ago, Tesla knew more than what they're talking about today. Tesla's achievements and those achievements of others went underground. They went into Argentina, they went into Chile, they went into the Soviet Union, they went into Germany, they went into the secret parts of the United States. There's a secret aspect of reality and the achievements of science that would make what's available outdated by a few thousand years. That's how deceptive they are. So they get you all revved up about Higgs boson, and all those people involved in Higgs boson really believe it, and they're all true believers, and they serve as a wonderful diversion to keep people ignorant from what's really going on. You follow this?
Yes.
Good. Good. You are a good group, you know. Sometimes when we melt your sacred cows, people get angry. We've had people in the early years, they stand up and walk out. You Pleiadians, you're lying. And you've matured far beyond that now. But imagine in the early years when people had to hear that things weren't real. The thing about you that you really demonstrate as a people is your sturdiness to laugh at things or to not be flattened and destroyed when we tell you there's falsehoods. We admire this about you. This is one of your greatest qualities. This is one of your greatest saving graces, to not go home and have migraine headaches for the rest of your life because you found out there's a black pope and a white pope. You follow this? No, but there would be a group of people that if we said this to them, well, we can't be tarred and feathered today, but let's say that they would be devastated, they would be angry, they would be shut down. Thank you. Because it would disrupt too much their firm beliefs. You are not so disrupted, and you get to laugh at things. We would like you to laugh a little more, but that's all right. We'll work on it for tomorrow. Because again, the more you laugh, the stronger your energy field becomes. And we are asking for innocent laughter, just sort of, oh, ha, ha, so what? But this strengthens you, and it demonstrates that you have invested in something other than phony institutions. And this is an excellent sign, because if this is where you are demonstrating to us where you are, it means the rest of the planet is not too far behind. And that's a very good sign. And you may watch institutions dissolve. And then remember, the globalists want to dissolve institutions. So they will then put something new in front of you that will be phony. And so then your big task is to make agreement again with your truth meter in your third chakra. And you honor your belly. You put a kiss on your fingers, you place it on your belly. You treat this area as if this is the winningest part of yourself, that it will give you the truth beyond the truth. You treat the fifth chakra, sixth chakra, the third eye, as the screen, the vision of where all good information will come to you. And if you hold these truths as self-evident, as inevitable, inalienable rights, as part of your duty as spirit in the body to restore all that is needed so that humankind can be free. And that's just one of your big purposes. And you start in your own little circle. You start by cleaning up what's around you. We know some of you are living in less than ideal situations. If you would write down on your full moon paper what you really want. I want my own place to live. I want all people who are disruptive to fade and fall away or move a little bit distance from me. I want the best of people who respect me and honor me. I attract a new quality of friends. I invite my family to meet me at a higher vibrational level. I want to have independence. I want to have a clean space to live. I want to have plenty of money to pay for it, and I want peace of mind so that I can do my spiritual work. If you write all this down on your new moon paper, full moon paper, and put it away, because once you write it down, you put that paper away, you never look at it again. You put another paper out at the next full moon, 2 weeks later you write again. You keep filling up these papers, but you don't check them. What happens is that eventually what you are putting out, what you are abracadabraing, will come to being. And you will create what you want. And so we want to encourage each of you that the new era is an era of optimism. That doesn't mean everything is perfect. It does not mean that all problems are solved. It means you have the wherewithal and the support from non-physical reality and a genius awakening in physical reality that wants to do no harm, that wants to create a peaceful haven on earth, that wants to uplift humankind. You are part of a large and growing group, and so be honored for that and respect yourself in every capacity. We know some of you will not be here tomorrow, so tune in and pick up the frequency. Use all the tools that we have taught you. Remember, there's the shadow side, but do not let the shadow overcome your light. Shadow, let's say, defines the light. It makes shape of it and form. The shadow can move you into the necessity of why you must uplift yourself and make change. Again, you do not have to know the mechanics of who, what, where, when, and how. What you want is going to happen. Your job is to be a creator, to decree, to send out the blueprints into the fields of existence. And to do so consciously, with grace, with creativity, with bravado and courage. And a little bit of humility does you a lot of good. And gratitude does you the very, very best of good. Always offer your gratitude, and your consciousness will grow in immense leaps and bounds. All of that said, dear friends, go out, create the best. Use the energies of Sedona. If you can, get out there in the rocks. Get on the ground. Take one of these bright red rocks home with you so that you can remember all that you learn here. Think about it and let the energy flow out from this room. We ask you now to bring your auras in a little closer. We ask you to take the cloak of protection that has been around the building and wear it yourself. Wear it with dignity. And change the color. Make it vibrant. Make it whatever you want. But wear it. Wear it in style. Keep yourself protected and be the best of creators. It's been our great pleasure. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are here, and once again, it is our great pleasure to be in your reality. So we get to day 2 in Sedona, another opportunity to feel the vibrations of the red rocks and the energies here in this valley. We have many different kinds of people have passed through here, and it has always been seen as a sacred spot, a place where energies meet, and when energies meet, they can, let's say, open portals. Timelines can merge together, healings can happen more easily, and the energy can become so intense that it really brings up people's stuff, so to speak, the things they do not want to look at. So Sedona can offer the ultimate of pleasures, or it can spit people out very fast. That is true for hotspots on the planet. Nonetheless, it is a good place to tiptoe into, to teach in, to have holiday, to come to heal, to meet comrades and friends. And one thing we want you to understand when you attend our work, whether you come for an evening or a weekend with us, that you get to see and meet that you are not alone on your journey in the expansion of consciousness. There's always many people that you can meet, and often auspicious meetings do occur because we act as a hub of a wheel, and people are drawn in. We hold space for you. Again, our teachings are coded. Our agreement with you precedes your birth. This is something that you came in to do. We appeared to do it with you. Of course, you live your life as you choose, and you make your decisions, your loves, your choices throughout existence. But you do have a special purpose to being on the planet. And it is being fulfilled as you dare to peek beyond the curtain, as you dare to pop the balloon, perhaps, that you live inside as a paradigm. Perhaps some of you remember the movie back in the 1990s. What was it called, where the man lived inside an artificial world and cameras were everywhere and he didn't know it?
Biosphere 2.
Truman.
The Truman Show, that is exactly it. And at the time we said it is a perfect metaphor because you live on the show of Earth. You follow this? That you live inside of a bubble and you are watched, you are surveilled. You are surveilled by non-physical beings. Our vehicle mentioned yesterday in your discussion about who's out there and what's what. You were talking about entity possession, which is a very, very valid occurrence, and talking about our categorizations, the lost, the mischief makers, and the dark forces, the demons. And these would be non-physical aspects of reality, and these would be the problematic end of non-physical reality. Those that want to jump on you and be parasites, and rather than going through the laborious process, to some extent, of incarnating and incorporating souls' journeys, some of these beings, if they're lost or they're just there for the wild kicks of it, and they have a purpose, they have a role. We can feel them rustling up now, getting a little frustrated if we badmouth them too much. They want to be represented fairly, and here's the fair representation. They help you understand the power that you have to either create consciously or to create unwittingly. And so they compel you to understand the forces of existence. The black, the white, the yin, the yang, positive, negative, male, female, the polarities that somehow make a dynamic. Just as man and women come together and they make life in creatures, in plants, the male species, the female species, they cross, they breed, they make life. This is symbolic of a concept that is operating in the essence of the multiverse. The concept is this, that apparent opposites actually work in cooperation to create a new dynamic. Think about it. And this principle applies throughout the multiverse. It is part of a pattern. It does not mean that you are going to get stuck in duality forever. It does not mean that one part's good and one part's bad. It means that forces are present always, in all aspects of the multiverse, that must be factored in. Sometimes those forces can destroy one another, or appear to destroy one another, until they are recognized and put into balance. Part of what you on Earth as a people are being initiated into, you are in the sort of after time of the nanosecond. It's a bit of a relief that the nano years are over, 1987 through 2012. It was like wearing a corset, tight girdle, you understand? It kept getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And now you can go, ah, yes, this is the energy. But it does not mean the mess is cleaned up. There's still work to do. However, those of you to whom we speak and those who do not even hear us, yet they are in on it. You are going to a new level, and you must implement and demonstrate continuously all that you have learned, and not put it on a shelf and look at it or open it up in a book. It must be completely integrated into part of your life, innovated into new ideas every day of how to communicate with the fields of existence. Clever discourses or designing of blueprints to send out the message of what you want. We know earlier our vehicle suggested the full moon paper exercise. Yesterday we spoke of it, and it is wonderful discipline to take on. But it lets you off the hook to a large degree, do you understand? It's once a month. It's once a new moon, where we are asking you, or let's say reminding you, of what will structure the new era. And the building blocks of the new era are based on shaping reality with thought. Everything will be built on this. Not immediately, but it's starting. People are growing their food this way. The idea of communicating with the soil, not just putting the proper nutrients in it and doing the chemistry and mixing it and all of this, but putting love in it, of loving the seeds, of feeling awe over little things that you can hardly touch with your fingers, that can grow into, let's say, substances that keep you alive, that revitalize you. So the power of thought will restore, let's say, something in the way the seeds deal with you. You were speaking earlier about restoration of many of the unrecognized properties or principles stored in the junk DNA. And even though we believe Mr. Chet was talking about animals having a smaller aspect of junk DNA, the plants do as well. Your plant seedlings have had to battle environmental toxins and things of this nature, and they were tweaked. One of the things the gods were famous for, these gods of little g visiting, they introduced the grains to your world. They brought wheat. They brought food to feed the masses that they were going to, let's say, work on for the genetic experiment. What's interesting about all of this is that some of your secret sciences that have been going on, let's say, behind the scenes for the last few decades, are attempting to do something similar, to create a covert genetic experiments, not here on Earth. There are laboratories here on Earth where things are, what you call them, germinated or brought into life, and then transported in other places. So to a large degree, your space program was a diversion and a distraction to hide other activities, just as wars are often surface distractions for completely other activities that require a legitimate presence in a specific location. These are ways of thinking that you will be able to comprehend to a greater and greater degree. We advise you to anticipate, to expect a greater degree of intelligence within those of you who offer the discipline to demonstrate that you're not going to go out there and fritter your time away on entertainment, on people and structures and things of that nature that are actually designed to confuse you and to drain off your energy. You don't want to have any leaks in your aura. You don't want to have any problems in your chakras. And so once again, with your eyes open this time, let's picture that grounding cord, that anchor, going from the bottom of the feet down through the layers of earth into the center of the earth. And we want you now to feel that earth says yes. The center of the earth feels your connection to it. And as Earth knows that you as an energetic surface being wants to and will be connected to Earth itself, then Earth is going to feed you more, it's going to balance you more, it's going to work with you. Just as if you walk down the street and you don't look at the flowers or admire the trees and you are just robotically walking along doing your power walking or something like this, not as much as you're not going to benefit anywhere near as much from nature as if you look around. You look from right to left. That's very important, you know, because how you use your eyes is like a mouse for the computer. You know what we are speaking of? You have these mice, you move them around, they move the screen, yes, and you can do many things with the mouse and the computer. When your eyes are always staring straight forward, and when they are not looking in the distance and then close, when they're always straight forward, and if they are always at a screen, it shuts down brainwave activity. It diminishes intelligence. It makes you more somnambulistic and easier to manage. It puts you in a dull, sort of trance-like state. It happens so slowly that people don't notice it. Yet if you go out into nature or think about when you were a child in nature, you didn't stare at one thing. Your eyes and your hands and arms and your body was everywhere. Now you are adults, so you're not going to be quite as wild, but when you go out, look to the right and left, admire the bark of a tree, stop to pick up a stone, move it someplace and say, look, I'm doing you a big favor, moving your reality, helping you get to a new location. Admire the creatures, stop and look at the ants, recognize that nature individualizes all of its participants. Where you may say, oh, look, there's a bunch of robins. Oh, see the geese over there? Oh, there's a covey of swans or a covey of quail or whatever. When you walk in nature, nature says, oh, here is so-and-so. Because you are distinguished by your energy field. And nature is a program, just like Word is a program for Microsoft. Exactly. It is dreamed up. People want to know, is it designed or is it evolution? We will say this, it is a program that is designed by energy in the mind of makers. Some of these makers do come from the Pleiades. We design realities. When you're talking about the Anunnakis earlier, Anunnakis occupy realities. They colonize them. In the Pleiades, we design programs of reality. You can sort that out. Now, in order to understand how these programs operate, we said to you that the more you pay attention to nature, the more nature is going to respond to you. So if you start treating your seeds as hello seeds, that's all consciousness wants is for you to say hello. For you to acknowledge that intelligence surrounds you in all things. When you start to acknowledge that intelligence works back with you, that intelligence is far more fun and it's completely free, and it doesn't muck up your mind like electronics. The electronic world, the nets, the web, all of this is a mimicking, a building in physical reality of something that is part of the program of nature, part of the multiverse. And we are saying that there's aspects of things that you build in physical reality that suck you in, and you forget that you are energy and you think you are material. And then there are people and beings who will use things in physical reality to work against you. Many of you have heard us talk about the machine kingdom, that they exist as an idea, and they, like spores, like mushroom spores, many of those who believe that the various mushrooms that you find on your earth, some of which open your mind, some of which act as extraordinary healers of the body, that they ride the cosmic winds. and their spores can remain very tiny, dormant for a long time. But let's say that there are kingdoms of being that are ideas. They exist as idea. And they send their seeds or their spores out there, and they can land in your head. And then you can get an idea. I will build this or make this. And this is how the machine kingdom can operate. So even though much of the modern technology on your planet, that which has been brought forward in the last half of century and plus more, has been seeded, traded, bartered by certain forces that do not have good intentions for you. They want to take you over by electronics. And one way or another in the course of your development, electronics would have shown up because they are a test, and you have to learn how to master them. By electronics, we are talking about the machine kingdom landing in your world as an idea. And now, what's the cutting edge is that soon you are going to go pretty fast robotic. There are, in various countries around the world and in underground laboratory experimentations, they've gone very far with building machine objects that can perform tasks. There's also been projects where intelligence and organic being is mixed with machine intelligence. You say, how can this happen? How can animate be mixed with inanimate? These are categories that you use to define what you perceive as the material world. It is all moving energy. It is all moving energy. So, you are entering some of the things you will see in the new era. A rapid increase in some people in intelligence. Across-the-board development within all people in the new era of greater psychic intuition, insight, instincts, knowing. Those of you who already have good psychic abilities, they will double, triple, quadruple relatively quickly in the next 5 years. You will see a sense of more divide, and beings having to argue over, let's say, what is a brilliant idea and what is a foolish idea. And so there will be greater polarities for a while. And it is because some people are very afraid to innovate new ideas. And it is because some new ideas are way too far out. And so those who will hold back are better. You are in the period of sorting, a huge sorting. And so it will shuffle things around for a while. Yesterday we mentioned the rise of the healers, that many, many more people will find that they are guided to techniques or abilities will develop, they will learn new skills, and the systems that they work with will work with them to help people heal. Again, the plant kingdom as food, as medicine, as beauty, it is essential that you focus on it, because it is in the plant kingdom's DNA. It is triggered to come into a much higher vibration when you communicate with it. You with us?
Yes.
This is encoded in the plant DNA, and it is sort of quiet because not enough people say hello, and it's more than just hello. You are going to eventually start talking to your seeds, your trees, your plants, and you are going to let them know what is needed. They are going to become good friends. They are going to provide you with things that you can't imagine. This is part of the new intelligence. It does not happen on the internet. It happens on the inner net. And this will be part of the Great Divide. We are not suggesting that you must abdicate all of machine writing type of activity. Machine writing has been around for a long time. There's been people who have had their lawnmowers and their harvesters and things of this nature. Today people ride the machines, they can't let them out of their hands. That is what we call a machine rider, too dependent on experiencing reality only through the machine. And this will lead, in some realities, to some big problems. Many of the machine riders will be drawn more and more to the urban areas, and this unfortunately will be where the smart meters are. There's not going to be too many opting out of smart meters in the big cities. You can opt out, but you're surrounded by everyone else in it. And the cities will be used in some probabilities as a bartering point for jobs. There will be those who, as you develop greater sensitivities, you will pick things up, you will know things, you will feel things. To some extent, there are people who are hypersensitive to the electromagnetic radiation, the electromagnetic frequencies. Foods will help you ground this in. Always drop your grounding cord down. Earth will help you ground it in, because earth will keep you entrained with its rhythm of stability. You will be meeting and attracting people that have made it through the nano, that are clear and that are prepared to build communities and contribute ideas to new levels of society. There will be areas, you were talking yesterday about Detroit, and then someone was mentioning Utica, New York, vehicles, old hometown territory. Problematic areas where more control may be exercised. So you are going to see the United States like Swiss cheese, holes in certain areas. And speaking of holes, sinkholes will be a greater and greater issue. And we would give big red flags about Florida, Louisiana, even West Texas, East Texas area, or the whole Gulf area is, those states surrounding it. But these sinkholes can pop up anywhere. They can pop up inland. Earth is shifting. Earth feels how the people think. When you have thoughts, you think no one can know my thoughts. The field knows your thoughts, and earth feels your thoughts, and all people feel your thoughts. Thoughts have energy, and thoughts have effect. And what you want to do with your thoughts is up to you. But remember, thoughts are the building blocks of the new era. And so dare to build, dare to dream. And you don't have to know how it will all come down. But you certainly do have to structure and create. And this is what makes life worth living. So, we just gave you some ideas to incorporate. Remember, nature supports you. Communicate with it. And the results will be astounding to you. So let's explore some questions now from what we said, from what we discussed yesterday, from what you discussed this morning. It's wide open. We'll do our very best to assist you in raising your vibration and to be feeling great about being a human. Who would like to begin, please?
Lana, please.
Lana, welcome.
Thank you very much. I wanted to read a quick headline I saw this morning before I left the house, which rolls right into my question. It says, bank depositors to get instant 10% tax off their accounts before the banks reopen this week. What that means, that's in Cyprus. They've shut the banks down, and they're taking 10% off the top of everybody's savings when they open the banks in the morning, as a deal that they cut with the IMF as a part of the bailout and trying to fix the whole global currency reset phenomena that's going on right now, where there's going to be some currencies that are going to go down, some currencies are going to go up, and they're trying to fix the mess that they've created ever since they opened up the first Federal Reserve.
And her use of trying just then is perfect. Do you understand? Because we said trying implies failure, and these people are trying to fix a mess that they will never fix. About 2 weeks ago, we said the earth is bankrupt. And so you are going to, there's no fixing the problem. Do you follow? There's too much corruption.
Okay.
And it's good that you bring this up, Lana, because we have been suggesting that one of the issues that's going to change your lives immensely is a complete financial turnaround all around the globe. It will ripple here, ripple there. You've been in it for a while, and you wake up every day, the sun rises, your money's still there, but your money's worth less and less, and there's all kind of shenanigans behind the scenes. And the globalists, the controllers, they do want to have some sort of one world currency, and so they have their hands in destroying some of the systems. But there's also this energy of creativity and all these spiritual people on the planet who will just brush that off and make their own way. Do you understand? Just because negative forces have plans does not mean that they are successful in executing them. But they certainly can mess things up. And they certainly do want to destabilize you as a people. And so part of what will arise out of this is new systems, new creativity. And it, as we see it, will be more humanitarian, more local, rather than large banks, large structures. Large is difficult to maintain. And we have said also that the financial disarray and tumult that is about to blow up in the spring quarter and beyond, that in the larger picture, that's the least of your problems. Just to put it in perspective, friends. Oh, we are so happy when you laugh. Because you see, when you can chuckle over something that's not always chuckleable, but you still have your ability to laugh over it, it is part of our delivery too, you know. And it shows that you have a sturdiness that says, this will all work out. Now, when you have an attitude of it'll all work out, it always does, it always will, it'll work out better than I can imagine, better than best. Attitude is also another word for belief. This morning you talked about beliefs, how beliefs condition the space, and then the space, and then all of existence has to fit within your possibility of beliefs. So this is where your attitude is really, really important. And you may not know how you are going to have a zippity-doo-dah day, but to sing zippity-doo-dah every morning, or to hum it, or to make an intention, this is going to be a zippity day, then that sends out a positive attitude, an optimistic attitude. And when your prevailing energy has optimism, then you feed the field with optimism on a, let's say, consistent basis. And the field then conforms to your steadfastness. So the idea that you can and will adapt to financial alterations and to be able to chuckle about it is good. In the meantime, be practical. Understand that the same could happen to you as in Cyprus. Cyprus was, if we believe historically, one of the places the Templars hung out at, yes? And the Templars were big on managing money and hiding money, and they were a great threat to the papacy at one time. They were around 1100s, 1200s, 1300s, until they took Jacques de Molay, who was the head of the Templar organization there, the head honcho, and they roasted him. They roasted him at the stake. Very nasty types of energies that humans have done to other humans. But again, that people easily get possessed, and these demon entities, they love to see torture. So when you see people engaged throughout history or even now in torture, you had scandals a few years ago about CIA and such, of all this waterboarding, torturing. That's what gets let out. Those are the demons. That's how you know the demons are there. They feed off of that. The Inquisition, the demons, they feed off of it. War, they feed off of it. So there are those who want to create some sort of things to feed the demons, to help them control the earth. And so when you laugh, you strengthen your energy field, you strengthen your aura. And when you laugh, not with sort of arrogance, But when you laugh, ha ha, we'll do it. It's a good laugh. What else, Lana?
Say, for instance, we do have an opportunity to make a difference, where we do have an opportunity to have, based on the shifting of the currencies, to actually have some money to put back into the system. What would be a good way for us to do that once, my family is secure, once our family is secure, then to put that money back into the system in a more healthy way, in a more humane way, to help rebuild.
Well, you can hear where her thoughts are going, and she's already wanted to help. But as our vehicle was teaching you this morning, and as we taught you yesterday, the missing component in building the new era is that more and more people must be psychically aware, so that you can read the difference between deceit and deception and artifice and truth. So in the sorting out changeover period, things will fall apart. Pluto in Capricorn square Uranus in Aries, lots of things falling apart. Some by design, some by au naturel. And there will be this sort of what's going to work, what's going to happen. And as those things fall, people get more psychic. Every time there's a big fall of any system, boom, goes the psychic energy. And then you'll find some sort of stability. So someone that is good of heart will start a local, it will go local, do you understand?
Yes.
And someone that truly is trustworthy will take it on. And then psychic people have to be, or aware people have to be a part of this. You have to be able to discern who is the poisonous snake in the grass. And understand this, that the poisonous snake in the grass is often the best dressed and the most charming person at the party. Do you understand that, people? Do you understand how easily you are fleeced and have been fleeced? Let's hear a big yes on that one. Good, all right. We're not judging you. We are just showing you where your weak points are. And knowing your weak points, then you start to build and work on your strengths. And little bits of communicating with the field throughout the day, a few seconds here, a few seconds there, never forgetting the field. So if you forget the field for 3 or 4 or 5 hours, ooh, that's too long. It's too long.
The field?
The field of energy.
Okay.
That you have to keep communicating with the field. Whether you are saying, hello, everything's going to work out. So say this morning you read that newspaper, Lana, and you see the headline, all right? So there's the rational, conscious mind that reads that headline. But the multidimensional you must say, look what we are dealing with. Well, it'll work out. I intend so on the highest level. And then you go back to reading. Do you understand?
Yeah.
3 seconds.
Yep.
But what's happening is you're focusing on what appears to be the physical world. And then you're commenting on it and it'll all work out. Or it will, or even giving an idea. Well, what if we did this? This could happen. And you put it out there. And then you go back. But there's this back and forth we want you to have. Mm-hmm. Who has a question?
Laura.
Laura, welcome.
Could you talk about the earth changes that are going to be happening in the next couple of years, and where places that would be good community places or safe places to go?
For 25 years, people have asked the same question. Almost exactly, word for word. The earth changes, and where are the safe places? 25 years ago, we could say to you, migrate here, migrate there. Today, it's one world. Everything's connected. Those sinkholes can happen anywhere. The Great Lakes could spill out. The coast one coast could be safe, another coast could collapse. Hurricanes, tornadoes, and you are dealing with weather control. And these beings who move things around, they are human-based, but do not think that visitors with their ships parked up there cannot also affect your weather. And we'll digress for a moment and get back to your question there, Laura. There are craft, and there have been craft a long time in orbit around your planet. They were sighted before you sent Sputnik up into space. Even when, who was the famous looker, astronomer, the most famous? Galileo, yes. Even Galileo saw things. Do you understand? Lots of papers have been taken, stolen. And who owns them? Sometimes they are destroyed, sometimes they are compiled as records in various secret societies. So there are histories of things that people have seen and discovered that have really stashed away, and then there's what they tell you is true. So there are craft and have been craft always in orbit around Earth studying you. That is why when you started sending craft out into space, some of the beings started turning them off, or just gulping them up or vaporizing them. Let's say the game of tit for tat's been going on a long time, and when they say to you, oh, we're still looking for intelligent signals from space, well, let's say, what can we sell you? A bridge or whatever? Now, let's go back to what Laura wants to know here. Where are the safe spaces? What it comes down to is your safe space is built by your mind. You will have to build your safe space. And then location-wise, for many years we have suggested that many people will find stability on the East Coast from the Appalachian chain, from Georgia all the way up to Maine. It will attract many, many people. Coastal regions are at best beautiful and quite invigorating, but they are not safe areas. There's potentiality for some disruptive types of things happening on and around the Uranus-Pluto squares, and in response to some of the cleanups that are attempting to be going on now, and the manipulations in the papacy. You were talking about crimes against humanity for pedophilia, crimes against the Queen of England, the Pope, who else was it?
Prime Minister of Canada.
Prime Minister of Canada. Well, know that there are forces all around the globe mobilizing to do good work. And there are forces doing dark work who are desperate, feeling as if they are being cornered because they are being confronted and they are being exposed and they are losing their power. And when something is vulnerable and exposed, it can get very desperate. You follow this? So all of this creates energy. And the earth feels this energy. The atmosphere feels this energy. Your thoughts, your attitude actually creates the weather. But the weather control has come in and it has mucked things up. You are also in a time of getting still energy from the, what is it called, the spots on the sun. The solar sunspot cycle. You are at the peak this year also as well. You'll get some next year. Anything can happen in that capacity because the sun reads the intelligence of what's coming from Earth. The sun reads the energy on Earth. It knows what the plants are saying. It knows what the animals are saying. It knows whose quality of life is being diminished. It knows the mood of the masses. So when you are looking for a safe place, you bring it with you. You bless the land. You think practicality. Some people like to look at their astrocartographies, which would show where you have certain astrological lines. This may be auspicious places to live. Others are good at map dowsing. Some people go and they have agreement to be someplace. But pick something practical. And pick wherever you live, you're going to be part of a community that you're going to have to depend upon, that you're going to want to contribute to invest in. You're going to want to live a place that has access to water and food, because it's going to be important to grow food. Yet innovations will come down so that the seeds will begin to cooperate, and they will, by consciousness, not by hybridization and genetically engineered, the seeds will start to respond to the love that comes from your heart chakra, and the seeds will produce what the community and the people will need to nourish themselves into higher consciousness. You are coming into a time of extraordinary cooperation, if you can hold it together, within the multiverse and the living library. So, safe place will be, let's say, determined by what you want to experience. What else, Laura?
I think that's all. I want to be able to thrive and find.
That's a good intention.
And to have a strong community. And I live on the coastline in.
Where do you live?
In Malibu.
In Malibu. Well, you live around No Goodniks then. No Goodniks. Lots of the Obamas want to move to Malibu, you know, to be with all the you know who's. Anyways, Malibu's not going to. Malibu's not a good spot. Say it again, please.
I love the ocean, but I know that it's temporary for me to be there.
Well, here's the problem. All the people that live at the ocean love it, and they can't imagine living anywhere else. That's why they live at the ocean. And so it is magnetic, it draws you in, it's very healing. But also, it's in jeopardy now, it's in grave jeopardy, because things can happen that can disrupt the flows of the currents, the size of the currents. So it's volatile. You are safer inland, but you must be certain that you have some sort of water supply and that food can be grown somehow, whether the community builds greenhouses or whatever. Food is going to become a priority everywhere because it's not going to move around so much in the future. It's not going to travel half the world to get to your plate. And many things are going to stop some of this traveling. There's going to be more gridlock. Things are going to be closer to where they are. Who has a question?
Patty.
Patty, welcome.
When will our species be allowed to develop and release into the marketplace free energy devices that can relieve some of the suffering and the problems in third world countries and in ours in terms of accessing water, transportation and other things?
All right. You're Patty?
Yes.
All right. So, were you here yesterday?
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, we're not necessarily man, but that's fine. That's it. We're having fun with you. So what we were saying is that yesterday our vehicle was drawing out some astrological aspects, and you are 2 years into a period of super high innovation and creativity. You have 5 more years to go. And what you will see during these next 5 years is some radical, bizarre, creepy, weird things. But you will also see the rise of what we would call the garage mechanics, the backyard tinkerers. They've been waiting for this. So there's a lot of regular people who perhaps they understand business, they understand electronics, whatever. They are coming up with the ideas. They are being given the ideas. The good forces are delivering ideas to you so that you wake up and you say, you know, I saw the whole blueprint. Here it is. That's obviously said to you. So you are seeing this. The problem is, you said, when will they allow us, when will be allowed? The money invested in fossil fuels and natural gases and coal and these sorts of ways to produce energy, even solar and wind, they do not want to lose this grip. Sort of solar and wind is an acquiescence. It is not free energy. Do you follow this? Solar panels are very expensive. You have batteries. The wind, as brilliant as the idea sounds, you know how many birds it is killing. The wind vessels are killing more birds than the cats kill, and the cats kill a lot of birds every year. You lose the birds, and you lose your world. You understand? That expression, the bees and the birds, is not just some made-up double bees. It's important. The birds awaken nature. The bird song actually holds nature in stability. Birds all over the world are integral to the program of nature, just like the whales are integral to the program of nature in the element of water. You follow this? So, how will this occur? You are not going to see for a while something that's announced that all people can have. Although there are innovations that are being developed so simple to help people in third worlds to be able to have cleaner water, to keep their food cool, primitive but very simple ways. And so what we want you to understand is that some of the discoveries and implementations that will be brought to you are not going to be super high tech. Those will be for the machine riders in the cities. The more rural areas will adapt through simplicity, through very simple ways of dealing with reality. So it's coming. It's coming. It's not here yet. We would speculate to say when the new era really begins, it has its new foothold in 2028, more than likely, that's when things of this nature will really start to come forward. The 15 years from now until that point are the changeover years, or the time when you must figure out who's a crook and who's not. You must get rid of the systems that don't work for you. And so it's a time of cleaning up, getting rid of, and figuring out what must be innovated. And some of the innovations will be more temporary. And then it will be a whole new constitution of understanding world reality. And in these 15 years, we see that this is when you will meet the ETs, or that they will start to become more prevalent. And whether it is an announcement from governmental officials, or whether it is so many people having experiences that they cannot be denied, or so many sightings. The sightings, you can't tell who the sightings are, because you have beings on your world that have huge, huge fleets of crafts. And if they wanted to, military forces of your own 3D reality, they could stage a phony invasion. And they would augment a phony invasion with technologies that they have that have the ability to do holographic projections into the heavens. And some of this is what your visiting gods have done as well. They have created holographic projections and made alterations, and then the people go, oh, it must be God, it must be God, oh, and then they send frequencies at you. I am feeling it, I am in the vibration of God. Let me tell you something. You're not chuckling. We don't hear any chuckling. That means if you can't laugh, you've been fleeced by it. Because these beings can send frequencies at you that can make you think God is talking to you, that can make you have ecstatic experiences. And this is how they have manipulated you in many ways. And so you have to see through this. We are not judging it. We are simply saying that your governmental structures, your religious structures, your ideas and your beliefs about reality, they are the Truman Show. Yes. And that's all right. That's all right. Think about it. That you're living in a time that you have the freedom to explore these ideas. That no one is looking for you right now. No one is going to gun you down or arrest you or burn you at the stake for saying heretical ideas. You understand? It's very free. You have the freedom to travel. You have the freedom to eat what you want. There's food everywhere. You have the freedom to earn money. Oh, we know you think you pay a lot in taxes and this, but you have more freedoms than you realize. And let's say that it got so free that that's why the clamps, the surveillance, the taking away of your money's tracking your money, tracking your credit, cell phones watching you, drones watching you. That's all part of a program that says we went too far. People are figuring too many things out. They are too free. Well, let's say it's not going to contain you for very long. So, there will be things that will come about, Patty, and perhaps you'll be fortunate enough to know one of those backyard inventors, and perhaps they will be able to wire your house up first. How's that? Put it out there. Put it out there. Dare to create the new era, and with ideas. Ideas shape reality, and we are here to help you shape the new era. It's part of our duty. Who has a question?
Peace, this is William.
William, welcome.
In this time period, what do you see with the world's population? Do you see a mass depopulation?
Yes, you are in depopulation. You have been now for a few years. Actually, it was in 2011, we believe, that you rated Halloween in 2011 or some such. The bean counters suggested that you reach 7 billion people. However, you are in depopulation. First of all, the environmental stresses and toxins have made it very, very difficult for people in what you would call a faster pace of reality, a faster society. They cannot get pregnant. So what used to be something that was completely for free, people are now paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to get pregnant and have a baby. That in itself says you've gone too far. And there's all these businesses that open up, you can't even count them, that will help you do this, that will take your hundreds of thousands of dollars, that will do all these tests on your genital organs, your scorpionic organs, and play with them and poke and prod to help you do something that has always been for free. Your cultural studiers recognize that as society becomes more sophisticated, it is more difficult to get pregnant. And then there's all the young people in the Western world, here in the USA, who are dealing with student loan debt. They have taken on debts that many people took on to build a house or to build a family for a lifetime. These kids are getting out of school and they owe, some of them, a minimum of $25,000 up to a few $100,000. And guess what? They're studying potholder making and they get out, they can't get a job. Well, what the heck is wrong with the system? You follow this? Yeah. Because the colleges started wanting to, they're coming in, they want to pay, let's just offer them courses in anything. So there's a big rip-off in the educational system. No matter where you look, it's not working. Yet look behind what's not working and you will see under the detritus, there are new shoots coming up and people are saying, to heck with that, we're going to make something that's going to work. You understand that? Yeah. That's what you are in. That's what you are involved in. Questions? Oh, back to William there.
I just meant, I know that there's been a depopulation, but my question was, will there be an incident or something that will cause more of a rapid decline? Like I know the ruling elites plan their seminars, and one of them a few years ago, Oprah Winfrey and Bill Gates, was to, how do we depopulate half the world's population in a short, I'm talking like a short burst of time.
Yes. All right. So let's say this. It was in the 1960s that people of this nature, not necessarily Bill Gates and whoever, but people who study these things, globalists, recognized that as the population was growing, and it was growing in the 60s, that as it kept growing, and as food production was watched, it would cross, and there would come a point where there would not be enough food to match the growing populations. You have reached this. You reached this a few years ago. And the global elites are leveraging the price of wheat, the price of, again, wheat and rice and these things were brought by the gods here to help develop society so that they could feed the beings that they were cultivating in the living library. Now, this food is genetically altered. Some of it is not good for you. So many people have developed wheat allergies. They cannot eat the food of the gods anymore. Very fascinating. And so is there potentiality? Yes, they've planned this for a long time. Their plan was that they had to get rid of, some say 2/3, some say 4/5. They want it down to maxi billion on the planet. That means 6 have to go. What we've been saying for a while is that once the nano's over, lots of people are going to leave. The nano, in order for it to be successful, it needed a lot of people on the planet. And the people came, and people procreated, and they came, and they came, and they came. It's over now. It's going to be much more difficult to survive on Earth. Just on a practical level, social programs are going to disappear. They'll winnow here and there, but they'll disappear. And so people who do not have their wits about them in terms of producing legitimate types of creativity and work, they're going to find it hard to live. So they won't live as long. So you are in a die-off period now. Lots of people are very sick. Lots of people are dying and in the process of dying. This is what the healthcare system is dealing with. And then you have the question, will the globalists plan some sort of rapid depopulation? They've attempted it with various genetic strains of diseases. They would love to create some sort of wipeout. They and the gods do not want to do planetary destruction. It's too much work to put it back together. Do you follow? You follow this?
Yes.
And if too much planetary destruction took place, then you'd have to vacate for a while. So they don't want that. They really don't want it. That's why many nuclear plans have been stopped. And there are good ETs who have, let's say, changed the alarm clock on many of these, or shifted the reality on many potential atomic detonations. You've skirted a lot of them. So they have plans, yes. Will they pull them off? We'll see. Are people leaving? Yes. By 2028, we imagine that even if the global elite do not do big things to depopulate the planet and really wipe it, you're going to lose, even in the next 15 years, a few billion people less, even naturally. You follow? Because they can't reproduce anymore. Young people that graduate from college, they're not thinking about family. They haven't even figured out debt. Now that they're out of school, they're finally recognizing, oh, I owe $30,000. Wow, how do I pay that back at $500 or $300 at a pop? And how long will that take me? The rest of my life? I don't want to have kids. How can I ever have kids have a house? So already it's occurring. Plus. You're all very psychic, whether you know it or not. All people around the globe. And many people are sensing that it's going to be much more difficult in the future to have a family and raise a family, unless you are part of a strong community that vibrates in that capacity, say like Amish, Mennonite, something of this nature. Questions?
George?
George, welcome.
Hi. Unsparked souls, are there souls that, or people, or beings that probably might not reincarnate or haven't been around, didn't get enough experiences? Or I was reading something about it on a certain website, but I'm not sure if it's valid at all.
You're talking about?
Like reincarnation.
So more advanced souls, less advanced souls?
They're talking about less advanced souls not having enough impetus or life experiences to actually reincarnate. They just kind of melt off into the universe. They don't come back and reincarnate. Is that true? Or?
It's possible. In other words, think of it this way. You are a part of an energy that has been called an oversoul. It has its own intelligence. It's a central source of that you belong to. You are an extension of it. You will never lose your identity, but you are part of something else, and you contribute who you are to that. And so rather than thinking, oh, I'm just a finger of this thing, you are this soul who extends itself into different realities so it can grow. And it will always value George and George's input, because that oversoul is George, along with other aspects. So it is possible that oversoul has extended impetuses of itself to incarnate in Earth and didn't like the experience. Earth is not the only place that you can, let's say, figure out your realities. You do incarnate in groups and tribes and clans. In other words, you come with your gang, and then you meet them. And you meet them in your village, in your family, around the world as you grow up. Now, recently, your scientifics have made the speculation that all the stars that you can see out here in your galaxy, your Milky Way galaxy, that they're speculating that it could be very, very true that every star has planets. That was a big leak out that they gave you. If every star can have solar systems, and of course they are looking for what they call the Goldilocks zone, that's not too hot, not too cold relationship to the right star, that kind of thing. It's their term, the Goldilocks zone for the right planet. So obviously the odds are that there's intelligent life out there. And so in terms of where you would go to learn about yourself as a form of consciousness, look up in the heavens and see, well, there's lots of choices. Earth is not the only place. And the human form is a shape, a design form that is implemented in a lots of different systems. For example, you have many stories on your planet about a creature called Yeti and Bigfoot. You have heard of this? Yes. And this creature has all kinds of stories, but it has the shape, you understand? Head, 2 arms, 2 legs. This shape is utilized in a wide variety of capacities. Some of these beings who occupy this shape have lived on your planet, and there have been there's archaeological evidence of beings that have wide variety of cranial shapes, and even, well, oftentimes the skeletal form has been dissolved and the cranial shape is left. You have talked about the giants this weekend. Understand that at one time there were those who crossed the deserts in the Sahara, and for shelter they would bring the riders and the camels and park by a giant cranium, and they would take shelter in the cranium. Now, in South America and other places, and definitely in China, in Japan, they have them too. They're secret about them. They have them, skeletal shapes. Some of them are in the shape that is called dolichoencephaloid. That is the shape that Akhenaten had, the elongated skull that would include an extended brain. And that is part of a certain type of DNA, and some of that DNA is in your DNA. That is why at times there were humans who sort of spontaneously or triggered by other watchers to trigger that DNA and develop a culture of these dolichos. We trust you are following what we are saying. There are others who have had more pumpkin-shaped heads, very large, very, very round in this capacity. So the shape that one can take is quite varied, and you can have incarnations that span the galaxy with a specialty in a few locations. There are then other oversouls who would be simply working, having a lot of beings on Earth, because Earth is a type of training ground, and part of the forgetting of what you are connected to makes it exceptionally challenging to figure things out. And so if you can come to Earth and figure things out, you prove that you're pretty smart. There's lots of beings who have part of their oversoul who come to Earth over and over again for tens of thousands of years, and they don't make much progress. And so when you are thinking about how much time must transpire for someone to make progress, the time is sort of irrelevant because it is all simultaneous. And yet, just to give you an example, we were talking the other day about Akhenaten and Obama connection to Akhenaten, and even though 3,500 years or so have passed, it still does not mean that Akhenaten would have evolved, or that the soul that is working on being Akhenaten's energy would make gigantic leaps because a lot of time passed. That does not compute. The passing of time does not compute with advancement. And yet, the nanosecond was designed to be a supremely golden, rich, marvelously wonderful opportunity of accelerated time, of what might be millions of years of development condensed down into 25 years. This is why the Mayans were so hot on it. They figured out that your solar system and, let's say, Pleiadian system, Mayan is connected to Pleiades. That's just the way it goes. Maya, we have Maya in our system. We are saying cousins, sort of. Sort of. Many things the Mayans did we do not approve of at all. But we understand they had connections. We understand they put their finger and they picked the golden ring. They understood a certain aspect that is important for you to understand about living on Earth and its relationship to the rest of the cosmos. And what the Mayans did understand is that at different times in the historical development of your reality, there are some times that are more auspicious than others. Those more auspicious times are when the Sun and Earth have a relationship to the galactic center. That is what the Mayans understood. And they understood that in that relationship to the galactic center, when there is, the Sun can pick up those radio frequencies, or the gamma rays, and transmit them to the people of Earth and the creatures of Earth, there would be a rapid leap in a rapid stage of development in consciousness. Very, very rapid. Otherwise, it would fall off after that, and what would be done with it would be done. But then it would take a long, long sweep before you would come into an acceleration period again. Does that give you more to think about, George?
Yeah, that helps.
We've decided that's a better way to say it rather than say, did we answer your question? Does that give you more to think about? Yes, because that's what we really want you to do. Because you ask a question and, the P again thinks it's going to get a little pat answer that it can write down and go A, B, C, D, and we cannot satisfy the P, because then you would be in school again and you would be memorizing and doing what they taught you to do that didn't help you. So we give you bigger ideas, and then of course you have more questions. And then that is the sign of a mind. And once the mind expands, it never shrinks back. Remember that. Who has a question? Yes.
This is Iona.
Iona, welcome.
I am wondering whether the lead tape that is used for tennis rackets can help reduce the EMFs that come off of machines.
Lead tape, you are saying?
Yes.
Well, certainly lead blocks things off tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
So experiment with it.
Mm-hmm.
By all means, experiment. Who else has questions?
Stacy. Please, in relation to the...
Who is it, please?
Stacy.
Stacy, loud and clear. No mousy voices.
In relation to the galactic center.
Yes.
Does the Earth have a new position in the solar system?
You mean, did it move itself?
Well, there's a question about the photon belt and Earth moving through the photon belt.
Oh, that's all CRAPPOLA.
That's why I'm asking. Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome. Question.
Jerry?
Jerry.
I'm wondering, since there are some dismantling energies approaching, where is, if there is, a safe place to put our money and our assets for our community developments?
Well, that's another question people have been asking throughout the Nano Safe Place, and what to do with your, let's say, resources. Certainly, you want to be out of debt as best you can, and if you have extra monies, perhaps decide, is this where I want to live, and keep yourself, let's say, supplied with what you want. Over time, historically, it is precious metals that do not lose their value. They're always going to be worth something. Now, certain global elites will go up and down and attempt to leverage this, and they've been keeping the price of silver and gold and precious metals pretty low. And there's been all kinds of speculations of people saying that gold could go up to 10,000, 13,000 an ounce. Well, you'd have to be lots and lots of turmoil for that to happen. So it's up to you. You might want to really meditate on it, pray on it, and ask for what to do. You know, lots of people have accumulated a lot, and they don't need it. And it becomes a burden of managing it and how to store it and where to put it. And there's lots of people who live absolutely free who don't have much at all. And you know, it's been written about recently that something like 50% of the people in America have less than $500 in their savings accounts. And many, many people live paycheck to paycheck. So if there is a financial big conundrum that comes down, where are the people going to go? What are they going to do? And if you are affluent, and you look affluent, you're not going to be sitting in a good position. Not at all. Most people will be civilized, and they will act on innovation. But the barbarians will be at the gates. Do you understand this? Yes. Because when people get crazed, and they get hungry and they get desperate, and their morality falls out the window, then the entities come to test them. And so this is why you have to create your safe space. This is why you want to have a cloak of protection around your property, around yourself. You want to see, some people use dragons as guardians, dragon in the front, dragon in the back. Years ago, lots of people, women were taking their menstrual blood and marking the property and using an energetic vibration to protect where they live. It's going to be a decision you will have to make. We say some precious metals, some food supplies, some seed supplies, and certainly being out of debt, owning what you have. All right, we have about 5 until it's recess time, but we can take a few more questions.
Please?
Yes.
This is Sienna.
Who is it?
Sienna.
Can't hear you.
Sienna.
Sienna.
My name is Sienna.
Sienna, all right, welcome.
Hi. I wanted to ask, is there anything you can tell us about crystal children?
About?
Crystal children.
It's not the subject we care to talk about at all because it's not important. It is very important never to label children. And so all these people who are labeling children as special children, crystal children, New Age children, indigo children, bad. Questions? Uh-oh, you're all thinking about that now. Because when you start labeling them, you put them on a pedestal, you make them special. And when you make children special, it's the worst thing you can do. Because they'll never live up to the label of being special. It's like taking children and making them actors when they're really young. How many of them survive it? And so the focus on children and making them new age special children is one of the biggest mistakes that you have made as people. You don't teach children anything. You don't hold them accountable. You want to put them on a pedestal and say, look at this incarnated being. Oh, they're so special. They're so wonderful. Maybe it's the Dalai Lama. Come here. That's all so poorly chosen. Kids are people. Kids are cute. They grow up to be people with problems. You understand? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And if they weren't cute, who would want to take care of them? Do you get that?
Yes.
And that every little cute kid's got a backpack full of issues they have to work out? So don't look at them as anything but people with issues. And teach them how to wipe the dishes, how to make their beds, how not to wet their pants, how to say thank you, how to have gratitude, how to respect their elders. That's the kind of children you need. Because that will make a society, not crystal children or blue children. Do you understand? The government hunts for those children. Why? Because they want to bring them into secret programs so that they use them in space wars. Protect your children. Don't label them ever, 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 ever. You understand?
Yes.
Good. We know you got that now, because sometimes you do foolish things as people, and you never in the written history of your world have people put children on pedestals as much as you have done in the last 20 or 30 years. It's not good. It's not healthy. So it's time to take recess now. And we'll come back. We'll have other questions, other aspects to look at. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Greetings again. Greetings. We'll continue now with our discussion. Who has a question, please?
Dana.
Dana, welcome.
Thank you. I'm in the medical area, and what I'm seeing with people is a level of infection that is astronomical. It's not just one organism, but many. And I'm wondering if there's an ability to transmit electronically or through the energy space, subspace, some of the organisms that I'm being able to validate.
We are not certain what you are asking. You are in the medical profession, and you are seeing that there's lots of people have multiple, a high level of infection that is unusual, yes?
Yes.
And they have difficulty calming it down.
Right. It's almost as if they're being colonized. That's the only way I can say it.
As if what's being colonized?
Their body, their being, their physical nature.
All right, we get what you are saying now. And so, are you asking, is this a reality? Is this sort of thing on the rise?
Yes.
We would say yes, and then you will say why, and we will say because. You are reaching a certain, we called it the critical point of change in the December P Times, that lots of people cannot adapt. Now the body has adaptability qualities and characteristics within it. And those adaptability qualities are particularly amplified and magnified when you are consciously aware. The less conscious awareness a person has, the more fear they have, the body becomes weaker. It becomes a host of sorts. So when you are looking at people, you may be dealing with their circumstances, or you may know them a little. If you were one of the healers of the new era that we are seeing will eventually be around, you could look at a person and their whole story would come at you. And you would open your heart chakra to take it in. And it would be painful, because most people have pain in their stories. You understand? And everyone gets to a place of discomfort and dis-ease after some sort of trauma, or series of traumas, or a series of disappointments, or heartbreaks, or something of this nature. And this weakens the energy field, and the person starts weakening their field. And a weakened body can absolutely become a host for a new type of bacterium or a new type of virus or things to gestate and generate. And earlier, was it William who was asking, are we going to be big depopulated? Yes, William?
Yes.
And we said, well, the globalists have been attempting to do so with different germs and diseases and things of this nature. Understand that there's been a growing concern in all aspects of medical profession of people coming in for one thing, and very quickly being sick with multiple problems, many of which involve invasion of virus and bacteria. The virus and the bacteria are adapting very quickly to the toxins, and the people are not. That's part of the problem. Do you understand?
Yes.
And so you are, as a people, you are in a financial crisis, and you are in a health crisis as a globe. What else do you want to know about it?
Is it it necessary that we interject energy into our care of the human body in order to get a certain amount of wellness or healing?
In what capacity? You're talking with machines?
Yes.
Well, certainly you can utilize the machines that make various frequencies to help bring stability to the body. And there are many ways to help bring stability to the body. Understand, ill people are looking for love. That's why everyone gets sick. Do you understand? They feel unloved. There's not enough love in their life. And it is love that pulls them out. It is love that saves them. It's love that brings them back. That is the frequency. And there are beings who have attempted to reproduce the love frequency. So by human design, by human technology, the love frequency really brings people back. That's why prayer works. Prayer is also a form of the love frequency. And when you can develop machines that can have frequencies adjusted to remind the body of its health and to restore the vibration of health, and that can bring people back. But then they have to deal with, am I loved or am I not loved? Medicines and what you call them, pharmaceuticals and things of this nature, they are proving to be less and less and less effective. And there's been study after study that has shown that actually placebos are more effective than the pharmaceuticals. That's pretty wild, isn't it? It shows the power of the mind. You follow this? So a type of healing, if you were to know the person's story by opening your heart chakra and receiving their review energetically, and your body read it, your nervous system's not ready for it now as a people, but it will be a way of healing in the future. You would understand the victory, the sorrow, and the situation, and would know how to dial the frequencies to help bring the person back, or at least to remind the body of what a healthy colon is, or what a healthy wrist or fingers or joints or whatever. And understand that the body wears out after a while. Even the gods who have fantastic immortality, they are not invulnerable to certain things. And they are geneticists, so they have learned how to make themselves super duper immune system. So what else do you want to know about the illness?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of parasites, so I'm wondering if some of the toxins are actually attracting parasites?
Yes, because the toxins, understand, they change the balance between alkaline and acid, if you look at it that way, and they make the body weaker. And if the person's not having the supplements or the sun is very important to keeping the body healthy. Then this. Do not be afraid of the sun. Without the sun, you'll be doomed. And if the person is weakened by things, then the energy field goes down, the aura outside the body could be weakened, and then parasites, which normally may be ingested and can't get a hold, will suddenly be able to find an environment that they will be able to live in. This is going to be a major problem in the next 5 years. Millions, billions of people are going to get sick. There's not enough medical people on the planet to treat the people who are going to get sick. And those who will be able to get treatment will go in for one thing, and they will have 5 more things within 3 days. This is all symptomatic. The breakdown of the body, the breakdown of the system is the self-selling, showing the self that everything you are doing about health is completely backward. You understand? And again, you are in an era where, for a few years, only for a few years, where all that is not built out of solid integrity will simply dissolve, crash, burn, tumble, disappear. It cannot hold its shape anymore. And this again are the energies of the cosmos and the multiverse that no Anunnakis or no Goodniks can override. They too are all subjected to these energies. They may have greater skills and insight than others, but they are still subjected to the same energies. They breathe the same airs that you do. Anything else on this subject?
Fat cells seem to proliferate or increase when infection levels are increasing in my patients. So it's almost as if they're insulating themselves, the organisms that I'm going after.
Well, if that's what you are seeing, that's exactly what is occurring. You'd best be very cautious when dealing with this. Do you understand?
I realize that.
You'd best really amp up your own immune system. And we'll tell you what, you're not going to be effective fixing people if your energy field is not strong. And each of you will keep your energy field strong by a dose of sunlight, whether you do 5-10 minutes or whether you do 5 hours. Good dose of sunlight, a good hello, and wonderful, peaceful rest in the evening. That means no electronics in the bedroom, none whatsoever. None. None. Good. Because quiet, good, restful sleep is going to restore you. And this is what keeps you going. And the good food and keeping yourself hydrated. And even so, sometimes if you are too empathetic, it can weaken your energy field. So again, the grounding, drop that anchor down to the earth. Build out your aura every day. Strong aura is the strongest protection you have. And things that are diseases, so to speak, they start out here and then they come in. Do you understand? Your medical system would say everything starts as germs. It's not true. Things start as in the ether, they start as trauma, it weakens the system, and then the system plays the dis-ease out very symbolically. Everything is symbolic in the body. Everything is almost literal. You follow? So then you look to see, if this wasn't a person, did I remove myself from the personhood of this situation? What's going on? What am I seeing? And you're starting to do that by analyzing the actions rather than subjecting yourself to the person. Do you follow this?
Yes.
All right. Who has a question, please?
Sandy.
Who is it, Sandy?
Yes, Sandy.
Well, all right, go for it.
Why is it that the government and the shadow government have been for many years building underground cities and stocking them with many military weapons, and also creating or building compounds on the moon and Mars? Have you any knowledge of this?
Yes. The underground bases have been, underground cities actually, they're bolt holes, and they anticipate some big problems. Now, understand that it was the Soviets in the 20th century who poured a lot of focus, a lot of money, a lot of energy on the Psi principle. And they were the first in modern times here to, as a large country, to focus on the telekinetic, the telepathic skills that were innate within people. And this was part of the Cold War. They jump-started or boosted the US to get into it, but the US was already into it because of what they got out of Germany. And each country, Soviets and US, after World War II, they sort of both took from Germany and sprang off into another probability. And they began to train remote viewers, those who could see beyond the present time into a line of the future. And they learned after a while that there's not one future, there's many futures. And they learned about probabilities. At first they made mistakes viewing a future thinking this is inevitable. And they viewed enough futures from their position of fear, of wanting to control the planet, that they have viewed these futures that looks like there's going to be major destruction on the surface that comes from a variety of potentialities. Could be radiation, could be fire or volcanic problems that would wipe out, let's say, growing season for a long time, or could be big problems from radiation from space and meteors, which meteors, let's say, are not necessarily natural rocks falling. They are often used as weapons by certain extraterrestrials. So they have built these underground cities as places where select groups of people would be taken in times of emergency. And they're all over the world. They are in the US, they built them, people have been complaining in Scandinavia, been building them in Russia, they have them in Australia. Certainly South America has been honeycombed, and there's ancient cities in South America that exist underground, just as are there ancient cities in Turkey and part of the Middle East. And some of these underground cities were to hide from space wars, to hide from reptiles, to hide from radiation, all kinds of things. So yes, is that a legitimate future that's coming? Well, we'll tell you something. When you are a no-goodnik, meaning that you have stealth and deceit and secrecy and you would do anything to stay in power, that's a no-goodnik. And you are applying psychic abilities and looking to find what's going to happen in the future, you are going to see the future that you are going to meet, which will be filled with fear, because you're operating out of fear, because you want to create fear for others. So you view these probabilities and you see, oh, it looks it's all fearful, we better plan for an underground city, how are we going to survive? You with us? But the multiverse is good, and the maker is tricky. And these people are caught up in their fear and their projections. And there are multiple futures and realities to choose from. Could it be that these people end up needing these cities in a probability that you just simply take a left turn and don't take that probability? And you live in a world where the cities are vacant underneath because in your world the destruction didn't happen, you weren't looking for it? You weren't living in fear? You are raising the vibration, you're into the flowering of consciousness? The point we are making is that your beliefs, your agreements, your intentions, your plots, your plans, they all build worlds. And these worlds and these timelines cross each other like parallel streams or rivers that meander back and forth. And sometimes they run together and sometimes they separate and run far apart. And this is the trick of understanding the lines of time. And the line of time or the probable world that you are in is built on your values. It's built on what you focus on and you believe. And so that's the scoop on the underground. They've been building them for a long time, and sometimes people have heard the buzz, the digging, the vibrations from under the ground. Now, as far as the moon goes, there's been battles on the moon. And the story is that you've abandoned the moon. Well, on some level, many people have been chased off of the moon. There's been expeditions that have arrived and they have found already complete structures, very, very, very large structures. The secret remote viewing projects that were going on between Stanford University and various other places, they were deeply interested in having their remote viewers look at the moon and be able to scan what was going on inside the Earth. This was prior to the ability of the development of telemetry to see into the Earth. And the remote viewers saw lots of things. Some of them saw giants on the moon. Some of them saw strange creatures. Some of them saw human slaves on the moon. Some of them saw structures a mile high on the moon. Caverns, buildings, crystalline domes, some of which were intact, some of which were destroyed. It's pretty obvious that if you were going to colonize Earth from space, that you'd want the moon as your base. Do you understand? And perhaps the moon was heaven. Do you understand? As you spoke yesterday or today about those who wanted to get into heaven, where the gods lived, where they dwelled. And Mars also was a laboratory. It certainly was an Anunnaki laboratory far before the time in which you are looking at 500,000 years ago. Mars was used, it had a high level of civilization, and one could say they really mucked up. It was too much war, too much violence. Planet destroyed, creating the asteroid belt. That destruction wiped out Mars, took the atmosphere away. There are buildings still there, but let's say Mars had its problems from the blowout of the planet that existed between Mars and Jupiter, that is now the asteroid belt. What else do you want to know, Sandy?
You answered everything.
Speak up, please.
You answered all the questions.
Good. Who else has a question?
Pleiadians, this is Chet.
Chet, yes.
Can you help us envision a reality in which you will return to Sedona in about 1 year?
Without doubt, we can. Without doubt. And why is that? Because, again, you think there's one world. And you read the newspapers. And the newspapers are all now the same news everywhere. 20 years ago, you looked at the newspapers, unless it was a big story, they were all different. They're not now. And sometimes one story shows up here and it shows up weeks later in the same newspaper. It's all controlled. So it looks as if, oh, there's only one world. But we make worlds all the time, and you do too. We shape realities. We can shape a reality easily to return. Count on it.
Thank you.
That means we can create stability. You understand?
Yes.
And this is what you want to do, is to create stability. Will there be realities that will fall off? Will the earth go through some things? And people of the earth, yes. Because there's still some big wake-ups that need to take place. You were speaking earlier, if we may add some things in here now, about some curia gossip, so to speak. The buzz that is taking place in the Vatican and places around the world, and the unraveling. You're talking about monies and bankruptcies and people asking for protection and crimes against humanity and the Pope and all this. These are big issues. Do you understand this? These are huge issues. And understand that throughout the last 2,000 years, the Piscean age, so to speak, the founding of the papacy by Peter, the rock, so to speak, and now ending probably with Francis, is a hold on people's beliefs. And this religion was really an extraterrestrially based religion. Can you understand that?
Yes.
An earth-based religion would sort of be real earthy. You follow this?
Yes.
But this is all about, it's all about heaven.
Yes.
It's all about up and down between heaven. God the Father sent his Son down. His Son was crucified. How could God let this? Oh, God is so generous. God allows his Son to die for your sins. Hello. That is one of the biggest stories you ever bought. Do you understand? But it was told in a way, and we don't want to be irreverent and disrespectful for those who want to believe, but these are, again, beliefs and ideas that limit you, that keep you honoring suffering, as if someone had to suffer to save you. Wow, what a guilt trip. Do you understand that?
Yes.
What a guilt trip to lay on you. So again, this Catholic religion, all the religions, we are working on the Catholic one now because of the Pope, but all the religions are sort of extensions of control mechanisms, custodial mechanisms, as we've said, to manage humanity. All this is falling apart. As the Catholic Church starts to tumble because of its problems, then expect the others to go as well. You with us?
Yes.
Good. And this will create some turmoil, but it is necessary to break out of these limitations, because many of these limitations are making people crazy because the ideas don't make sense to them, and yet they fervently pray to their God. But they are in conflict about, my good God is there, but he allows all this destruction to happen. Well, all this is making people nuts. That is why the Muslims are crazy. They can't understand what's going on. The Christians are in despair because they are ashamed that their leaders would hurt the children. It's good. It's sad, but it's good. Crisis is what creates a shift in consciousness. Who has a question?
Pleiadians. This is Suzanne.
Suzanne, yes.
Yes, I'd like to know what you see in the next 10, 15 years in terms of where science may take us, so that people will begin to understand more the spirituality in science and the science in spirituality. Can you comment on that, please?
Yes, Suzanne, that is absolutely what needs to happen, because if science keeps removing itself from any type of spirituality, or it's more than spirituality, science must recognize that there is consciousness in all things, in everything. They must recognize that the multiverse is intelligent, and that the viruses are intelligent, that everything they're working with is intelligence. They think of it as solid things that they can cut and chop and burn and laser and put here and paste there. So they're treating it as if it is rocks or cement that has nothing. But even rocks and cement have feelings and energy and intelligence. So that's what's missing. And until science develops some sort of recognition of the spiritual or consciousness component within all things, they will only create more and more problems, and they will get lost in a labyrinth of despair and insanity. There are many scientists who lose their noodles because they are so crazed and so excited about what they do when they're 20 and 30. By the time they get to be, let's say, in their 50s and 60s, many of them are ashamed of what they have participated in, because they didn't have the smarts enough when they were young to see what they were doing. There's lots of doctors that are very ashamed of what they are involved in. They die young, or they take drugs, or they kill themselves, or they are losing their noodles as well. Military, lots of people, they don't know what to do, so they withdraw. They're losing their noodles. They take medications, they lose their noodles more, the body breaks down, they get to Alzheimer's, they don't have to think about it. There's lots of people who have been involved over the last 40 years in various projects who are in deep despair today, and even beings younger and younger who are realizing, what have I helped put into motion here? This is good, but it is a crisis. And all of these various crises, financial crisis, health crisis, science crisis, earth changes crisis, you are due for a bunch of them. The level to which they will express in their intensity will depend on how much work all of you people can do in the new era, all people with consciousness, to create stability. Our vehicle said to you earlier, she was speculating on us. Our vehicle likes to figure us out. She knows she will never be ahead of us. She never attempts to be one step ahead. But she likes to set us up a little bit so that we'll give a little more. She'll say, as much as I learn, if I get smarter, they get smarter than I get. It keeps going. It's good. But she was saying that, what are those P's doing, having us now stabilizing and grounding and auraing, and why this now in the nano, which was out there, now it's all here. Well, yes, we are preparing you for something. And Earth needs to know that all that you learned in the nano, that you are not going to escape and ascend into the heavens, beg like Gilgamesh to be taken up. You will be true to your duty, and you will honor being in a body, and you will drop anchor here on Earth. And Earth feels Every time you touch the center of Earth with your consciousness, Earth feels how many people are anchored here. So if you can teach other people to do this, if you can continue to do it, you will build and fortify and stabilize not just the probability that you are in, but you will help stabilize many other probabilities that are going through bigger stuff than you are currently dealing with. There are some realities where, let's say, everything hit the fan at the end of the nano. There are some realities where, when the asteroid came passing by, there were many meteors that crashed on Earth. Something to think about, yes? Yes. Good. Always express your gratitude every day. And just say, thank you, Great Spirit. Thank you, all that is. Thank you, God, the Maker. Thank you, Goddess, the beneficiary. Whoever you want to thank, but offer your gratitude. All of this is felt. And this is, again, these are the ideas that will shape and build the new era. Who has a question?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Yes, thank you. Since you just mentioned Gilgamesh, and we were having some conversations about various other people who ascended, characters who ascended, could you explain for us the role of Lucifer in the grander story?
The role of Lucifer. Well, it's a confusing role. Years ago we said, well, we can tell you a bit about Uncle Lou there, and ooh, did we push buttons with people. Oh, goodness gracious. That was 20 years ago. And people, like volcanic, they went off. But you're good. It's 20 years later, too. Lucifer. Lucifer would be considered to be the fallen angel. Do you understand? The story of Lucifer is that Lucifer was close to God, yes? And that Lucifer disobeyed God. Actually, Lucifer was considered to be God's chief best friend or some such. And then Lucifer betrayed God's trust and did what?
Fell?
Fell, but how did he fall? What did that mean?
He identified with humanity.
Lucifer hated humanity.
He wanted to become God.
Wanted to become God, yes. Lucifer thought that he could take that role on.
Right.
Right? And that's why he fell from grace and became banished, because he competed with God, so to speak. Right?
Yeah.
Sort of. The story is a little confusing, but it's a big story in people's lives, because then Lucifer is considered to be Satan, the devil. And lots of times, perhaps you even did dress up at Halloween as a devil at times. Anyone in this room probably did, we are certain. And so with a little red tail, little horns and all this kind of thing. And then you have various Templars, for example, and secret society organizations coming up with their concept of Baphomet, the goat, sort of evil goat that also represented Satan and the devil. And the Templars were accused of being Satan worshippers and things of this nature. And one of the most heinous things they were accused of was urinating on the cross or something like this. The story has nothing solid about it. It's got a little whispering here, a little whispering there. But it basically says to you that there's a big God up there, and that if you disobey that God, then you are like Lucifer. And because Lucifer wanted to challenge God and disobey, Lucifer was then cast out and fell and cast into hell. Wow, what a story to control the people. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now here's a story. In the Bible, again in the Bible, Genesis and the early books parallel the story of the stories that are found in the Enuma Elish, one of the most ancient books that was revealed to talk about the stories of the Anunnaki. From their point of view, you have a father god, Anu. And there is Mrs. God. We believe she is Ana. And they have but Anu he's not loyal to one Mrs. God. He has a few misses. So it starts right there, you see? And he has kids by each Mrs. So is he polygamous? Is he a Mormon, so to speak? It gets out there. Then, or Muslim. Muslims have many wives. Then, so he has two main children that are sent to earth. He comes and he says, oh, here's our territory. I leave my children. I leave Commander Enlil, Commander Enki, one of air, one of earth. They are going to do things. And lo and behold, what do? They have sibling rivalry, yes? And they play out all sorts of tricks on each other. But at the same time, they're here for a long, long time. They're here for the project. They're here for the good of God, their father, the good of the colonization. And so you can see how then they had to manage their business. It didn't work. The mining fell apart. They said, let us build a workers, and some of their experiments failed. Actually, some of the stories go that when the humans were being built, a few experiments were suicided. They shut down on their own. They did not want to procreate and did not want to be part of this genetic experiment. They didn't like being genetically engineered. Whoops, better have another experiment where shut down some more DNA so those people can't self-destruct. So you have all of these types of stories or happenings that then over time filter down into a Lucifer, someone who disobeyed God. The Nephilim are considered the fallen angels. They came down. They were supposed to watch Earth. They didn't. They did the very bad thing. They came and had sex with humans. You have the story of Plato tells the story. He talks about how the Atlanteans came, the giants. They came to Earth, they divided the land amongst themselves, and they created their different domains. And it was Neptune, we believe. It was the chief god first. And then he had 5 sets of twins with the earthling woman Selito. 5 sets of male twins. Wow, what a feat to pull off. But don't get too wowed. It was genetic engineering, do you understand? And these were the original high priests of Atlantis, Atlas being the eldest of the 5 sets of twins. All of these stories all relate to activities that were going on while Earth was being repopulated and recolonized. It wasn't so much that there were no species here. There were always beings here. But the story of Earth has been a rise and a fall of civilization. And Earth has been subjected to various climatic influences. And when the gods came and started using their own weather control and doing this and doing that, they did disrupt certain things. Your geologists now study and will look at rock strata and say, well, here was an ice age, well, here was a time of drought, here was a time of flood, etc. And they are looking at this as if it's all one timeline, as if it's all one Earth. The other confusing issue that sort of really throws everything into new consideration is that beings from the future can come into the past and build something, and you think it's from the past, but it's really from the future. So, probably the biggest conundrum you have to understanding the entirety of these stories is to somehow to learn how to break out of linear time and a purely linear way of experiencing reality. And you are in the process of doing this. And again, the energies from the galactic center, the language of light from the sun, the theme of the times, all of this is very slowly, yet swiftly, moving you towards multidimensional understandings of reality. And this happens in the nervous system. As the nervous system advances and builds new neural networks, then you have new perceptions. All of this is keyed to unlocking what's in the DNA, turning certain DNA switches on rather than keeping them off. And as an exercise, we did come up with an idea one time that you can picture your DNA as long, long corridors, as if you were in a hotel that its corridors went on and on and on. And all the doors that would be on this corridor would have labels on them, names on them. And you would make them up, of course, and you could open the door to activate what was behind the door, or if you didn't like what the door said and the door was open, you could close the door. This is the ability that you are developing to switch the DNA on and off. Additionally, in the stories of the gods, you have one Enlil who doesn't have patience for you at all. Is very impatient with you. If you're not perfect, too bad, destroy you. Then you have Ea who has heart. Again, we said that there are those geneticists who can alter your DNA from a distance. Our vehicle told you her personal story. What looked like to her a visitation, abduction experience when it first occurred to her in 1980, that when she went to relive it and regress it 20 years later, it's not what she thought at all. It was actually a cleaning, an opening, a preparing of the DNA. And yes, she saw many people having this experience, all of them forgetting it mostly. Yet, a few people who are altered, they send out a signal. Beep, beep. A consistent signal would be sent out from a DNA that would be altered, just tweaked. And can't tweak too much because you don't want someone to be too bizarre and too far ahead of where the population is. So there are beings working with you. They have been working with you. They will continue to work with you. Your DNA is being altered, even as we speak to you. You understand this?
Yes.
Good. Don't be afraid of it. You don't have to be pulled up into space anymore. But you are in this process, and everything you do is contributing to this flowering. Who has a question?
I'm holding a crystal.
Who is it, please?
Deborah.
Deborah.
Your vessel is holding a crystal.
Our vehicle.
Yes. She's holding a crystal. Could you speak to why and the role that crystals or rocks or minerals play in their consciousness, what their role is?
Crystals can hold a shape of reality, and they have a deep effect on conditioning the space of reality. They also are senders of information and receivers of information. Our vehicle does not need the crystal to channel, but certainly it was by our advice. We said to her early on, hold crystals in your hand when you channel. It will amplify the energy. So it sort of directs and amplifies the energy that we utilize within her, that we bring to her body. Without a prepared body, the energy that we put in our vehicle's body could destroy someone. Even in the early years, our vehicle had to do chiropractic and various massage and various things to adjust her spine, her nervous system to our presence. And so we step it down to come into her, and yet it's still high vibration. And then it is transferred from her through her hands. That's why we're always waving at you, running our hands at you. And the crystal then sends it out as well, and it sort of tempers it, and it puts it in the space and builds a reality. And then the message that we deliver as words can be delivered as frequency through the crystal. So while we are speaking to you and your conscious mind is wondering, did they say this? Shall I ask this question? Did I understand this? We are directly transmitting through the crystal and also with our hands into your cells. Yes, it is a big humph. It's kind of fun when you figure out how things work, isn't it? You know, really, learning can be absolutely a thrilling adventure. And when people don't want to learn, it's because they either have lousy teachers or they're not being told the truth, or they're learning things that they can't figure out why they have to learn them and what they would be connected to. And you will be in a big revolution in the next number of years in what people will want to learn, in what is necessary to learn. You are in revolutionary times still. This is the revolution of the mind. The mind begins to be valued rather than the little devices. If you have to get a device, get a crystal. This is a Herkimer diamond, by the way. Double terminated, that is what Herkimer diamonds are. And they, as far as anyone has discovered, there's one location for them. It's Herkimer, New York. And our vehicle grew up 13 miles. There's that 13 again from Herkimer. So it's her territory. These crystals were very valued by some of the Native Americans, the Mohawks, the Iroquois, etc. They held them as very, very sacred. And the Cherokee also had great value to certain crystals. Let's say different native groups had different contact. Many native groups understood the visitors, the star beings. And many of the star beings came and worked with the various native tribes. Some tribes were peaceful. They were into healing. They understood the food, the earth, the vibration. They didn't necessarily go out to destroy other tribes. Some tribes were possessed by negative entities, negative ETs. And all they wanted to do was torture, kill, bloodlust. You can tell the actions of any group. What they are doing, how they act, will determine what kind of non-physical energy is working with them. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Good. Who has a question?
Janet, I'd like to know, earlier I was thinking what type of energy they look like if you were to come to me in person. Not person, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, it depends what we want to take on. You're projecting a little bit here. There's problems in the Pleiades. And there's variety of types of intelligence within the Pleiades. We are a group of Pleiadians from the future. And those that are in our group, we do not all come from the same location. You don't come from the same location, but you live in the same timeline. The beings that you call P's, that we work together, we don't come from the same location and we don't come from the same timeline. We are all over the Pleiades. We come across many lines of time. We have said our teachers, the teachers of time, have taught us how to do this. So, who would you see? It would depend upon the kind of Pleiadian that would be around. There are blues, there are reptiles in the Pleiades, there are giants in the Pleiades, there are beings who do not take form. Some of us are spirit in nature. We do not necessarily have a form. There are Pleiadians who can take human form, who would have quite a bit of beauty. And often, if you travel around the world and you ask the various cultures of the world about their Pleiadian stories, the Pleiadian beings, they would say that they are tall, beautiful beings. But that also can be a glamour that a Pleiadian group could put on to interact with you. You don't know how to throw a glamour. In other words, if you want to go visit another culture, a foreign culture, a primitive culture or an advanced culture, and you would have to go as yourselves, unless you dressed up in Halloween costumes or something. Many beings can alter your perceptions of them.
Right.
That's what a glamour is. It is throwing out an energy. And when you look through that energy, you are going to see what the beings want you to see. But behind the energy, they might look completely different. In other words, you might go up and touch them, and they will look human, but they are still part of the glamour. And you can't tell that something else is behind the glamour. It might be something that looks completely different. It might be a reptilian being, or it might be a being that has no physical shape at all. It might be a flood of orbs or dancing geometric shapes. You understand this? So, and we understand that the pea brain, part of the self, 13 to 30 cycles per second, the conscious mind, it always wants answers. Could we have an answer if I could list this and put this dot to this dot and this dot to this dot? Then the pea would be happy. That's what the pea wants. But the pea thinks it's in charge, and it thinks all reality can be described in little this and connecting dots, and it cannot. And this is where we give you some answers, but it's only to satisfy a little. The bigger picture is more complex than the pea can comprehend.
Is shape-shifting part of what you're explaining to us?
Sort of. In other words, yes, a being can shift a shape, and you've had humans on the planet that learned how to shift shapes. Not that all people could do it, but in different times, there were certainly talented beings. They were usually the medicine men or women of their clan and tribe, and sometimes they could throw glamours around so the tribe could not be seen. Sometimes, most common, being a person of higher vibration who understood the mysteries and close to the earth, they would have a favorite animal or two or three that they could turn into. Sometimes a snake, because they would not be noticed. They could sneak in any place and find the information. Sometimes it would be a coyote, because the coyote could run very fast and didn't have so many enemies. And often it would be a bird that could fly and go overhead. Do you see how these various animals would be used as their totem? And as time went on, and people forgot how to do this, then they began to relate to the animal and said, this is my animal totem. I am like this animal. But they couldn't become the animal anymore, because they became more entrenched in the material world and forgot about the fields of energy. We said to you that the multiverse has a rapid rate, a heartbeat, a drum beat, but it is actually blinking. It blinks like fireflies. That's the multiverse. And it blinks so fast, perhaps trillions of times, many trillions of times, in what you would call a nanosecond. And a nanosecond is a billionth of a second. So how's that? A pico in a nano. That will do it. Now, so you can't catch it. But it's a vibration rate. And thought moves between the on and off. And then the multiverse fulfills what consciousness is sending it. So actually, if you are thinking we are beings, and so because we are human beings, we think, and there's thought, abracadabra, work only for humans. There's consciousness in all things. Some forms of consciousness have greater speed than others. So for example, the consciousness of plants and animals and creatures and humans, or space visitors, would have a higher rate of speed than would be the consciousness perhaps of a piece of granite, or the consciousness of the dirt in the garden, or a tree might have a slower consciousness rate. Crystals can change. They can have high vibratory rate. They can alter. They can be very stable and slow, and they can respond to what's going on around them. So they are highly adaptable. And they have good pets and good friends. No muss, no fuss, no cleanup, no litter, nothing. Nothing. They don't talk back, bark back, keep you up at night, nothing like this. We are having fun with you. Who has a question?
This is Michelle.
Michelle, welcome.
Thank you. I was curious about what you were speaking about earlier with the polar energies and there being a cooperation, like the man and the woman coming together to...
Between polarities.
Yes, polarities. And they're creating life from the cooperation of the polarities.
For now. For now. One of your probabilities in the future is that the city dwellers become, what do you call it?
Sterile?
Empty, sterile, that's the word we are looking for. They come empty, they cannot do it anymore. Oh, they can have sex, but they can't make anything happen. And that means that the quality of life is so diminished that no spirits will come in to ride the sperm in the egg. That's what it comes down to. No spirit wants to take it on. Please ask your question, Michelle.
Well, it seems to me, based on what we were discussing this afternoon too, that belief systems are created from those polarities as well, like God and the devil. And
yes.
I was wondering if you would provide us with maybe an energy exercise to use the polarities to create the reality that we would like to energize.
All right, we can do this. Get rid of all superfluous materials, clear your throat, close your eyes, keep your feet on the ground and your hands nicely placed on your lap, up so that you can get a gift in them. How's that? All right, settle in. Separate your jaw and relax your tongue and allow your body to let out a little quiet sigh. And see if you can breathe quietly, so that the people next door are not hearing you sigh and breathe and cough. The energy exercise calls for quiet, it calls for discipline. Relax your tongue and allow your breath to spiral into your nostrils and go through the nasal cavity, over the larynx and into the lungs, down deep to the bottom of the lungs. And then picture the lungs being filled and the blood taking in the oxygen. And then you're going to exhale long, slow, and quiet. And so your rhythm will be 4, 4, 4. Inhale to the count of 4. Pause to the count of 4. Exhale to the count of 4 or even 6. And then pause again to the count of 4. And while we are speaking to you, you will use the breath and the sound of our voice to go deeper into a slower brainwave cycle and to shift your consciousness. And when you do this together, well, you create a thought form. There's energy. It makes it easier for everyone to journey. So allow your breath to now move deep into your body. And again, we ask you to picture a cord of energy, an energy of breath and light coming out of your feet and going down through the various layers of earth and connecting to the center of the earth. Feel what it is like to feel in place, connected, supported by the earth. And now we want you to take your attention up to your 6th chakra, your 3rd eye. And even though the color here is traditionally violet, we'd like you to change that to start off with a violet rose, big beautiful violet rose, and then see that violet rose alter into a circle, a violet circle, and then gold around the rim of the violet circle, and then so much gold that the entire violet hue is overshadowed by bright light. And there's a bright light that is shining in your 3rd eye. And we'd like you to enter and walk in. You can picture a little tiny miniature version of yourself, or you can picture your essence moving smoothly into the 3rd eye. Once you enter the 3rd eye, you will look down and you will see before you a large expanse of black and white checkered. It looks just like a game board of chess or checkers, or you've seen this pattern in many places throughout society. Step onto it and start to survey it, even though it may all look exactly alike, a repetitive pattern that seems to go on and on and on. You're on a large expanse of this black and white checkered. Look down very closely. Examine it. Examine the shape of the black and white. And notice that they form a cross. And that the entire checkerboard that appears to go on and on like a road in front of you that it's a grid of energy, and that the grid is fortified by crosses. And if you start to really look at the grid, the cross becomes bigger and bigger, and it will pull you in, and you will be drawn into the center of a cross, a coordinate point of energy, a portal. And you will find that between the opposites, they make energy that opens up into new realities. So find a cross and go into the very center of the cross and come out on the other side, underneath the road, the grid of energy, and enter now into another reality, into a world of swirling, dashing, flying energy, energy that is cooperating, energy that is quite dynamic and has a life of its own. In this place beneath the grid of energy, you are sensed. The energies know that you are there, and they start to do things around you. They start to zoom in at you like a fish if you are a person under the water. They are daring you to do something. They are throwing balls at you. They are throwing spirals at you. They are sparkling with, let's say, geometric shapes. The energy under the grid is playing with you. It's wanting you to throw something back. So share your power. Throw out a thought form. Say hello. Throw out a pyramid. Create a serpentine shape. Start to play with the energy, and let the consciousness of the energy begin to play back. Once you have established a playful rapport, then ask a favor of the energy. Say that you have come from the material world, and that you are on a journey, and that you would really like to know some of the secrets of energy, and how to bring some of these secrets back, if it is all right, into the physical world, where there's problems that need bits of solutions. And so share personally what you would like the energies to offer you, these alive energies that live under this long, long, long road grid of black and white energy. The energies are going to put little shapes into your chakras, and they will start at the base of the spine, and they will put geometric shapes in your chakras, and they are saying these shapes will help you when you want to come up with ideas. And whenever you think of your chakra, the shape will be activated and it will bring you something. This is one of the secrets of energy. And so they put a shape in the red, the orange, the yellow, the green, or they put a special shape in the green, because they say, it is from here, if you can open this area and learn how to drop down into your heart and yet never forget your feet and your head, this is the secret in the material world to understanding the grid. And then they put energy in your throat, your third eye, and your crown. And you offer them gratitude. And from your hands, you reproduce something out of energy, and you give it as a gift, an energy shape of light. It might be the shape of a heart. It might be anything you can conjure. But give a present back and say, enjoy it. It is something from earth in energy form. You can create something for them to eat. Any gift you want will be appreciated. Anything. And in the power of the mind, you can create a handful of diamonds if you want. Be generous. Gift something to these beings. They have no form. They are energy. They are sparkling light energy. They take the gift, and suddenly you are back on the road. And now you are going to run down the road. You are going to run as the fastest runner, and you are not running touching the road. The road is now like waves, and it has no solid form, yet it is black and white, and you are zooming over it. Now you are flying over it, and you are changing shape, and you are seeing it is endless. It goes on, and as you look in every direction, all you see is this energy grid. And you say, aha, I know now what it is. If I think, if I communicate, if I talk, if I feed, it will respond. And so you get out a big, big, joyful thank you of realization. And you know that you have gifts in all of your chakras. And now, as a beautiful dove, you fly back across the road. And you come back into the backside of the golden orb. The dove leaves, and you're back to a little version of yourself. Little itsy-bitsy version of yourself steps out of this big golden orb in your third eye and dissolves. And suddenly, it's you again. And you're breathing. And you're thinking to remember to check how deep you're breathing. And you're thinking, wow, I met some beings of light and energy under the grid. And I can meet them anytime. And I now have little glowing golden geometric shapes in each of my chakras. And if I just look and say hello, I can be in the power of the grid. And knowing that power, I can create whatever I want. I am playing with the power of the ancient understanding of abracadabra. I am a creator, a co-creator. And for this I give the joy of the greatest thanks of my being. Think about what you want, people. Think about something from your heart that you would like to draw to your life for yourself. And picture it. And send out a blueprint for it now. You all deserve love. And so call into your life those who will love you. And also, in this state of generosity, imagine that with your abracadabra and your magical Hollywood wand, that you can change Earth and you can fix things. And so pick a project and start to help heal. Point your wand and see what happens. And use this next few moments to go about Earth and helping to bring higher consciousness by transmuting and transforming what is in pain, bring it back to love. You will be guided as to where and what and who needs your energy. And then once again, for yourself, open your heart chakra and have it as an open house and invite those who truly love you, that know you and who you've not met, and say, I am ready for more love. Please come into my life now. And with that energy, give gratitude and think about coming back to the moment. Check out your feet, they're very grounded. Check out your aura, it's very solid, it's protected. Your chakras are all vibrating very beautifully, and you've set some good things into motion. Open your eyes and come back to the moment. Good. Good. Shake your hands a little bit. Reason you shake your hands or stretch, you can stretch, is because sometimes not everyone comes back from the brainwave cycles. And basically when you do energy exercise, you slow the brainwave cycles down and you use the imagination. When you come back to consciousness, your eyes are open, the P is more in charge, and you are using the eyes, the windows of the soul to look at the world. All right, does anyone have something they want to ask us?
Ed.
Yes, who is it?
Ed.
Ed.
Question on where we go when we die, when we leave our body. I had an experience 6 years ago when my dad suddenly died. He choked to death on lobster and scotch. And he was in good health, but he died that night. His wife called to announce to me that Dad died tonight. And as she's talking, I could feel Dad's essence right next to me in my apartment. And there was this joy going through me that was really going through him. And for the next couple hours, I tried practicing channeling, in the sense that I'd ask a question, and I'd start the answer myself the best way I would understand it, to project. And then let the language and vocabulary change. And it was a marvelous experience. Family, what was I experiencing? Because he was, how do you want to say, if I were He was like a 16-year-old kid with his first car keys. He was not a lost soul. This guy was having a ball, and he was multitasking to talk to me.
Your father deceased. He came to you. He had a clean, clear victory, obviously, even though you said he choked on scotch.
And lobster.
And lobster. Well, what a way to go out. Scotch and lobster. And it was his agreement, and there he was, and he wanted out, you understand? That's why he was happy. People who meet their time, they are happy on the other side. Mr. Chavez, who recently died, he did not want to go, do you understand? Yes. And we have heard stories over the years of people talking about people they knew who their loved one did not want to go. Please don't let me die. I don't want to go. I don't want to die. That's not a very good death. Do you understand? Your dad, obviously, even though he choked on lobster and scotch, had the presence of mind to know what he was doing. So he must have been a pretty smart man. And his beliefs were not overshadowing his fear of going over. And he came to you. Do you have siblings?
Yes.
Did he go to them?
No.
Right. So he came to you for whatever reasons, perhaps because you were more open and wouldn't be as emotionally disturbed. Some people, if it's too emotional for them or too beyond their belief or frightens them, it's not a happy visit, you understand? Mm-hmm. And so what you were doing, you had a rare circumstance of what your dad was giving you, basically, was a download of energy, and what he left you with, Ed, is the idea of not to be afraid of dying, that it's just a change of wardrobe, a change of a dress. That's a common expression in some cultures. You just change your address. And your dad gifted you with, let's say, that experience. And ideally, it will keep you uplifted throughout your life.
Yes. Along with that question,
yes.
I talked to him right on his way out to dinner. I just felt inside, because I was going to visit. We were in different cities. And I was going to visit him that weekend anyhow.
So you rang him just before he went out to his fatal dinner?
Yes.
Well, then there it is. You had the contact with him. You follow this?
But along with that question, as soon as I hanged up, I started crying like a baby. There was no reason. He was not sick. Just crying like a baby. Then I went to the piano and started playing If Ever I Would Leave You while I'm crying.
So what was happening is that your potato in the Garden of the Mind model, and that would be the unconscious mind, that's the part of the self that's the big potato versus the little pea that wants to be in charge versus the big potato that knows everything. That's the psychic part of the self. That's the part of the self that knows months in advance what's coming, sometimes years in advance. So talking to him, so that part of yourself impulsed you to call him or him to call you. And then when the call ended, that was the part of the self that knew what was going to happen, while the P part of the self was clueless. Yeah. This is true in everyone. The potato knows and the pea is clueless. And what you want to do is bring them closer together so the little pea dances with the big potato. We've been working on this with you for years. And you do this by trusting that there is a part of the self that is knowledgeable, that is connected, that knows. And Ed's story is a reminder to each and every one of you that this works for all of you, not just a few. You understand?
Yes.
Good. And if you start to trust the potato and its knowing, if you get a response like Ed, it's hard to say, oh, potato, potato, why am I crying? Mm-hmm. You don't think of it at the time. You're being present with your emotions. And yet he knew something was going on because he played the song on the piano. However, you can call on the potato, the unconscious mind, anytime you want. And you can say, hey, Spud, how about checking this out for me? Is this going to be a safe journey? Is this going to be a safe place? You can be a little frisky with yourself and the other beings. You don't have to be all holy and reverent, but always give gratitude and thanks. You understand?
Yes.
Because if you start employing this aspect of self, what Ed is saying is that it works. It's always at work. It knows things. You don't go to look there. We call the territory of the onion and the potato the back garden. And the potatoes in the way, way back garden. And the front garden's prettier, so everyone stays up front. You understand how this works? Good. Anything else, Ed?
That same day, I felt my mother's presence all day long. And even right before I'm talking to Dad, Mom died back in 77. Even as I'm calling Dad, I'm feeling my mother. I said, Mom, what's going on? So you had this orchestration going on that I think is beautiful looking back on it.
Yes, part of you knew what was going on, and yet another part of you was sort of along for the ride.
Yeah.
And we'll say this. When a person is about to die, it's not a surprise to the beings on the other side. They get ready weeks or days in your terms before the person is getting ready. And sometimes a person can change their mind at the last minute. And you set up a number of exit plans. In other words, as a person, you don't say, all right, here's my entry point and this is when I'm going to exit. Some people do. Some people have a definitive exit point, no doubt about it. But most people have a number of probable exit points, meaning there's sort of a fail-safe. If I don't want to stay, I can always exit here. If I don't want to stay, I can always exit here. And then there are things that happen that alter. But even if someone came to do the Heimlich maneuver on your father, for example, if he did not want to live, it wouldn't work. If, as he started to choke, he decided, I don't want to go now, someone would pop up in the restaurant, pop the lobster out, he would sput and sputter, but he would be all right. You can change your mind. And your mom would say, oh, he'll be over, he'll come another time. But you are, in general, met by loved ones. You will be met by those who respect you, who care for you, and those who you have respected and cared for. They are the ones that are going to come for you. That is why when you recognize that someone has entity possession, and we discussed this yesterday, the parent who recognizes, wow, my kids have entities in them, what am I going to do with these entities? Well, don't argue with the entity, and you're not capable of busting it, but you can talk to the entity, or say, I'm going to talk to you tonight in the dream state, and I'm going to assist you with my own fortification and help, and always have your protection on when you're dealing with this. I'm going to assist you to go find the beings that love you, or I'm going to call the beings that love you, this is even better, to come and get you. They're going to meet you. Watch for them. This is a very loving way of working with your children. It's a very tricky way. The child itself, your child, has to be willing to release the entities. Because you can do entity releasement by sending them into love. And if the behavior doesn't change, the child will bring the entities back. There are lots of people who do depossessions or soul retrievals or bringing the self back. But if the person doesn't keep their aura strong, the entities just come in again. So it is about behavior change that needs to take place as well. Who else has a question? Gary, yes.
Is there any other guidance that you might have for the new era time frame that hasn't been talked about this weekend?
To trust yourself can be risky because you're not always going to make the right decisions. And yet, if you don't trust yourself, it's not a safe place to be. And so to put the trust in being guided to make the right decisions in the right place at the right time, and to offer thanks, and to ask the highest self, the oversoul, and all the guides and beings that work with you to be with you and to help you make the best decisions. That will help you build a very healthy and strong version of the new era. Believe in yourselves, and remember, thoughts create, and so create the very best. It's been our great pleasure. Good evening.